Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. I want to give a special hello this morning to all of our masked members in the Convention Center who braved the elements to go and be with us. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. And we hope to have a terrific meeting. We've got some very interesting projects, and I'm going to turn it over to Nick and Debbie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I just have a couple of quick announcements to make. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled as a hybrid, virtual, and in-person meeting with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, members of city staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. As you're all aware, for the past several months, the board was permitted to meet virtual only, right? All virtually under Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor. This order suspended the in-person quorum requirement for meetings of local government bodies. As you may be aware, the order expired at the end of October. So accordingly and consistent with Florida law, a quorum of the Historic Preservation Board is physically present today at the Miami Beach Convention Center. That said, for members of the public who would wish to participate, they may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 880-3812-6471#, or log into their Zoom apps and enter the webinar ID, which again is 880-3812-6471. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco Room 235. At which location access to a computer will be provided. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will have 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes. And before I swear in city staff, I'd like to advise the public of the city's lobbyist registration requirement. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So before we get to our agenda, I'd just like to swear in any members of staff who will be testifying. So can you state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you, Debbie and Michael. That's all for me.
Thank you, Nick. Debbie, you want to start off with it?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. First of all, we do have a full 7-member board this morning, so I want to thank everyone for their participation. One quick announcement prior to the agenda items. I did have a request yesterday that I cleared through Chairman Finglas regarding HPV file 200389. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. Due to one of their presenters being in Malaysia and the extraordinary time difference between Malaysia and the East Coast, we have agreed to put them the first item after the request for continuances. So I know the agenda was updated online, but it was updated yesterday. So I just wanted to give an update for anyone who is watching that will be the order of the agenda this morning. We do have the first item is the approval of the October 13th minutes. And do we have a motion for that?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Ms. Liebman. Do we have a second?
Second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So the next application this morning is HPV file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the December 8th meeting, and staff has no objection to this request.
So I will move to continue that item to December 8th.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Liebman. I'm going to do a roll call here. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that item passes. The application is continued to the December 8th meeting. I do see we do have one member of the public with their hand up, Mr. Tom Glassy. I'm not sure if that was to speak on this item or if you're asking for a later application this morning. Mr. Glassy, would you like to speak on this item?
Good morning. No, I'm sorry. I'm early. I'm registering for the Amman hearing.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. And we are going to move on to the next application, which is HPV file 20-0389. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. The previous certificate of appropriateness was for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing Versailles Hotel building, including the total demolition of the 1955 addition and the construction of a new 16-story detached tower ground level addition. Currently, the applicant is requesting modifications to the Versailles Hotel building. So this application is specific to the contributing Versailles building. They are specifically requesting the final design of the north, south, and east elevations of the new eastern extension, the final design of the porte-cochere and rooftop addition, and modifications to the ground level north facade and a small one-story ground level addition on the east side of the building. I'm just going to briefly review the history, which is quite extensive for this particular project. It's outlined in more detail in your report, but the approvals for this particular site go back to 2011. Most recently in 2014, the board, as part of the Faena development, did approve a certificate of appropriateness for a significant amount of work, including the renovation and restoration of the existing Versailles building, the removal of the 1955 additions, and the design of a new 16-story tower addition on the south side of the site. Most recently, the applicant came before the board in June of 2020, just recently, and presented plans for modifications, again, to the historic portion. That include modifications to the public interior space, the partial demolition and expansion of the floor plates eastward, and modifications to the previously approved rooftop addition. So staff has outlined what the applicant is requesting for you today, and that they are coming back as a result of the June 2020 approval. During that approval, the board did issue an order approving the expansion of the floor plates but did require that the final design of that, including all of the elevations of that expansion, be brought back to the board for final approval. The board required that the portico share be brought back and that the rooftop addition be brought back. As you can see in the plans, the design of the eastern extension has been significantly developed compared to what was reviewed in June. This also includes a reduction in the amount of projection. So they have been able to reduce the floor plate extension by 2 feet, and they've also been able to reduce the projection of the balconies. So this results in a net overall reduction in the impact of that rear expansion portion. The design has been developed and incorporates transparent glass railings with a white gradient frit pattern. Staff does believe that this currently proposed railing design is more consistent with the masonry character of the hotel. We did speak with the applicant about masonry railings. I know the previous 2014 application did include masonry. There are several concerns with masonry, especially on the ocean front. The weight is obviously a major structural consideration, but more importantly, staff sees that the maintenance of concrete, large amounts of concrete on the ocean over time does present an issue. We see consistently the need for either reconstruction of masonry elements, especially projecting masonry elements on oceanfront buildings. So we do believe that the currently proposed scheme is both contemporary, but also is more consistent with the original design, the masonry character of the original design. The portico share, the applicant is actually proposing to reconstruct the 1955 Melvin Grossman portico share that was previously approved to be demolished and actually was demolished. So staff is supportive of that. We think it'll be really wonderful to get that piece back, and that will highlight the importance of the different historic styles throughout our historic district and the layering of these significant architecture. It's important to note that due to emergency vehicle ingress, there are some very minor modifications proposed to the original design, but we do not believe those have any adverse impact on the character and are very supportive of that. Further, the applicant has proposed more detail for the rooftop addition. Again, this is a one-story rooftop addition, which modifies the previous rooftop addition that was approved. Staff would note that the design references several key features of Roy Francis' original design, and that the way this has been set back, the entire rooftop addition will be completely out of the line of sight from Collins Avenue. Finally, the applicant is proposing to construct a small one-story ground level addition attached to the east side of the building. This has been designed in a manner that is compatible with the proposed eastern expansion. Staff does not believe this addition will have any adverse impact on the character of the building. And additionally, the modifications proposed to the ground level north facade, this is where they're proposing to introduce a new entrance for use of guests to the rooftop addition restaurant. So on the rooftop addition, there will be a restaurant, and the entrance will be from the north side of the hotel. This proposal includes the modification of several existing window openings. Staff does not have any major concerns about this, but we do have some recommendations in regard to the design in order to be more compatible with the historic building, the design and the materials. Staff is recommending that the proposed black anodized aluminum finish be further developed and be a color, a light gray or a silver color that would be more consistent with the historic building. Staff is also recommending that the keystone that is proposed for this area not be introduced, that maybe a similar gray metal be introduced, because the keystone is a prominent historic feature on the primary front facade of the building, and we do believe that adding keystone to this area could be confusing as part of the original design. In summary, staff did just want to note, again, we outlined the long history of this. This building has been vacant for nearly 15 years. This is one of the city's preeminent Art Deco skyscraper buildings. And we do want to see this restored and brought back into use as soon as possible, not only for the longevity of the building itself, but also to improve the surrounding historic district. So we are supportive of the application and are recommending approval subject to the recommended conditions in the draft order.
That was an exceedingly brilliant reduction of all this history. Thank you.
It's a lot of history, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Mr. Chair, I do believe the applicant has a presentation ready to go. And since I think it's 10 p.m. or after 10 p.m. in Malaysia right now, if we could get to that would be great.
And before we hear from the presenter, I'd like to swear in any members of the team who will be testifying. So can you state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
I'm Jim Richmond. I was here as part of the public to make a comment. I don't think you've got the presenters team yet.
Can you hear us, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Neeson Kasdan and Matt Barnes Ackerman here.
Good morning, Neeson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How are you?
Superb. Thank you.
Couple of things would you also promote Jean-Michel Gauthier from Malaysia on the screen? Is he promoted? Do we have him on?
I think he.
Hi, good morning.
He made it.
Sorry about that. Mr. Robert, he's currently not on. If he is, if he could please click raise your hand so we could identify him.
Deniston. It may say Deniston. That's his company.
We have a Mr. J.M. Gaffey. Is that part of your team?
That is part of our team. He's part
Excellent.
of our team. So if you promote him, I'll start and then turn it over to Rich Heisenbottle and Jean-Michel.
This is Jean-Michel Gaffey. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've heard the whole conversation since the beginning. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get in.
Hi, Mr. Gaffey. I'd like to swear you in before you testify.
Sure.
Can you state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we probably will need more than 10 minutes for this presentation, but I'd like to provide a very brief context on this. You have already been presented at prior hearings about the Aman Hotel and the fact that this is the finest hotel brand in the world. In addition, you are aware of the work they have done in historic buildings in Venice, the Crown Building in New York, and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. In fact, Jean-Michel is the architect who worked on many of those properties and is very sensitive to working in the historical context and with very important historic buildings. You'll hear from him shortly. But I'd like to put this in its broadest context, and I'll take you back for a moment to two high watermark events in the evolution and the renaissance of Miami Beach as a resort community. And that is the Delano Hotel and the Faena Hotel. Both of those properties were abandoned historic properties. And they were converted into buildings that became a symbol of the renaissance in a very positive way of Miami Beach tourism, through respect of historic architecture and through adaptation to contemporary requirements for a luxury hotel, at the same time creating a design statement that created interest and excitement for those properties. The Aman Miami Beach Hotel, the Versailles, is the next high watermark in the evolution of Miami Beach tourism. This plan will provide extended life for this hotel and it will exist as a hotel, frankly, greater than it ever has been in its past. And so I'm very excited to be part of this team. I'm now going to turn it over to Richard Heisenbottle. I also want to mention one other thing about Jean-Michel. In addition to being the preeminent designer of luxury boutique hotels in the world today, he has also done some significant work in Miami Beach. He was responsible for the interiors, the rooms, and the public spaces of the Setai Hotel, which, because of the quality of that work, to this day, along with the Faena, maintains, I believe, one of the highest average daily room rates in the city of Miami Beach. And so, in other words, Jean-Michel really knows how to create a fine product. With that, I'll turn it over to Rich and then to Jean-Michel.
And yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If the staff would begin the process of showing our slides, going to the first one there, that would be great.
Hi, Richard, let me swear you in first. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, once again, good morning, everyone. Rich Heisenbottle with offices at 2199 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables. As we walk through this presentation, the first thing I want everyone to recognize is that Roy France's masterpiece here, the Versailles, has, for better or for worse, undergone many, many changes over the years, many, many adjustments. But with the rendering that you see in the middle, we're confident that what we're proposing today can allow it to maintain its historic integrity at the same time as it serves a completely new kind of client, a different kind of clientele in a literally a different century. So let's take a walk around the building right now. And to the next slide, please. And understand the condition, frankly, the deplorable condition that the building is in today after being vacant for 15 years. The next slide. And I'm going to move rather rapidly. So, and the next slide as we go around with our little drone flight here, because I want you to understand that condition. The next slide. And finally, the next slide. You know, with the kind of condition this architectural masterpiece is in, we have a responsibility. We, being you, members of the board, myself, the folks at MDPL, certainly the staff, and certainly our clients here. We have a responsibility to meet the challenge, to come to a solution that works for everyone, that works for the time that we're in, and at the same time manages to save this incredible landmark. Go to the next slide, if you would. And we have to make that transition between the photograph that we see on the left and the rendering, of proposed rendering that we see on the right. That is our responsibility. It should be our mission statement here. And I'm asking for your cooperation, each and every one of you out there, including MDPL, to help us accomplish this challenge. Next slide, please. And as Deborah so carefully and accurately depicted, we have already had you approve the upper portions of the east facade, and this is now we're going to focus real quickly on the lower portion of the facade, the entrance porte cochere. Go to the next slide. You see it there. You're going to see it in larger detail in just a moment. Next slide. And we have been fortunate enough not only to have great historic photographs of the east facade and this wonderful entrance porte cochere, but also to be able to find the original Roy France drawings for the building, for this entrance canopy, and to be able to use that to very accurately replicate the entire lower section of the facade and the porte cochere. One of the things you're going to notice in the section at the very top here is really the only change that we're proposing to make. It is the fact that the porte cochere will be higher to accommodate emergency vehicles. You can see the dash line showing what we believe to be the original build height and the higher solid lines of the porte cochere, the drop-off driveway, being what we propose. Other than that, this is as accurate a replication as I could possibly give you for for this and frankly the entire front facade, including the steps that take you up from Collins Avenue. Go to the next slide. And this is how, as you see it in plan, with both the steps from the street and the drop-off for the share area and the entry to the hotel, we've even managed to, we think, very successfully maintain or accommodate handicapped accessibility directly to the covered terrace at the front. Next slide, please. And finally, this is once again a section through the building and the roof plan and the reflected ceiling plan, the canopy plan, exactly as Roy France had originally designed it, being properly reconstructed. Next slide. Now, and that is a great example of exactly what the front facade will look like. So it is our pleasure to be able to get that as accurate as we have. Next slide. And moving on here, we have the restaurant drop-off entrance that we need to review. Go ahead. Next slide. This is the condition of that side of the building today. As you can notice, you already approved the Gulfstream dining room addition being placed back on the building and reconstructed. Again, that which you approved at our last hearing is not going to be focused on today, but you'll see it anyway. Go ahead to the next one, please. This is another photograph of the existing condition, a little bit earlier than the drone photograph you saw a moment ago. But just to indicate, this is the area of the entrance to what will be a world-class restaurant run by Aman. And as you can see, this is a horrible situation today. We have what is the original entry to the basement, but beyond that, a whole series of additions and with what appear to be mechanical spaces that literally destroyed that facade. So moving forward, go ahead, please. Next slide. This is how the entire facade will once looked in the original Roy France drawings. You'll note the windows at the basement level on the bottom end and that stairway that we saw a moment ago to the basement. Next slide, please. And this is how we intend to reconstruct the dining room without the windows on to the basement for flood purposes, of course. And this in the middle, you will see the proposed new entrance to that restaurant and how it fits in neatly with the rest of the building. Now, next slide, please. This is our partial north elevation, really a demolition plan of the existing, not everything, all of that stairway to the basement will be coming out, as will those other elements that we saw in the photograph earlier, and it will look completely restored. Go to the next slide, please. Now, Deborah had some concerns that she has very carefully enumerated to you before. The concerns about the color that we were proposing, concerns about the use of a stone, which in fact does match the coral stone of the terrace, and we after much discussion here agree with her recommendations and will submit a revised entrance design for staff's review going forward.
Mr. Chairman, the first 10 minutes are up. I know the applicant requested additional time. How much time would you like to allow?
How much time do you think you need, you all?
Mr. Chair, I think we really probably will need 15 minutes because we want to take you through each element and have Michelle as well speak. So if you would.
Well, let's start off generously with 10, and I think we better call it quits after that if you can.
Okay.
Let's continue to the next slide. Thank you. So the other thing that we must go over today, and is most important of all, is the design of the east elevation. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And here you can see that existing condition. And if you'll please go to the next slide, I will introduce to you Jean-Michel Gathet of Deniston Architects, and I will let Jean-Michel explain to you how he has accommodated the challenge of designing an addition to this Roy France masterpiece. Jean-Michel?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, ladies, gentlemen, member of the public, good morning. All right, sorry for me this evening, but okay, just one or two things I'd like to say first, which I think are relevant, is my records and my credibility within the field of historical preservation. A lot of architects have designed a lot of projects, but not necessarily been exposed to historical renovations, etc. So I could give you a long list because we have very little amount of time, so I'll be short. I have renovated castles of 11th and 12th centuries in the south of France. I'm renovating for the moment the Hotel Metropole in Moscow, which was built in 1899, and it's basically is in front of the Bolshoi, next to the Red Square. We're doing the renovation of a 1570 Palazzo in Venice. We are doing the Crown Plaza, as you know, the Crown building in New York, 1921, as an Aman resort, designed by the famous Warren and Whatmore, who designed also Grand Central. We also designed the Aman Resort of Venice, which is a palazzo of the 14th century. We have renovated old buildings and islands in Svetistefan. It's called Svetistefan. It's another Aman resort. It's in Croatia. Then we have renovated a very famous building, the Summer Palace in Beijing. As you know, Beijing has 2 or 3 famous buildings. One of them is, of course, the Forbidden City. The other one is the Summer Palace, which was the place where the last emperor basically was dismissed, okay, where he retired, and it's a famous place. And obviously the Setai Miami. So what I'm saying to you by that is I am totally sensitive to the notion of historical preservation. I've spent my life doing that. In different exposures. Sometimes, okay, you have here a building of 1940. I have worked on the Setai, which was 1930. We're working on the Crown, which is 1930 also, but we also work on 15th centuries and 14th centuries and 11th centuries palaces. So the whole point is I've been exposed substantially. I'm 65 years old, so I have 40 years experience, and therefore I've been exposed to many of these challenges, but also the amazing reward, psychological reward you have of respecting the past and respecting the values that the architect originally put into his design vision. So when Aman Resort was interested in developing this project, Vladimir Voronin, who is the big boss, asked me to do that. He said, Jean-Michel, you have experience. You have done several Aman Resorts preservation project for us. We would like you to work on Miami. Now, I love Miami. I've designed, I've renovated the Setai. Okay, I've been to Miami hundreds of times. Tens of times. So, obviously, I said yes. So, we went through, like Richard explained earlier, we went through all the assets the building has, the front facade, the east, the west, etc., etc. Now, the problem is that we are ultimately having to put into a top-class building with a lot of beautiful proportion, very balanced geometry, etc. We have to put a first-class property. And we are not talking a 500-room hotel here. We're talking 50 rooms, top class, 750 square foot per room average. Some are a little bit bigger, some are a little bit smaller. But basically, we are talking a top property. So we are respecting, I would say, 90% of all the asset of the hotel. The only thing we have been asking and was to extend a little bit the facade in the back, a little bit, it's only a few feet. And this has been demonstrated in all the documents produced by the architect, Luis Revuelta. But so what the issue that I was asked to present today was the balustrade, because to extend the facade basically has a very little visual impact. If you wouldn't tell people that the
slides advance, Jean-Michel.
Hello? Yes.
You need to tell them to advance the slides because we're showing only the original slide.
What do you want me to? Oh, yeah, but I don't know how to advance the slide.
No. Just tell them when you want to advance the slides.
Okay, then advance the slides. Yes. Okay. Well, I would prefer that you show the overall plan, a plan of a floor, of a room floor, because that's what the room floor. The bottom has already been reviewed, already presented, already been approved. So what's important is the room floor, because next one. Continue. Okay. The plan, you can see what has been extended. You can see that we have been very respectful of geometry. I repeat, and I will not repeat it again, that I have been exposed to that for 40 years. So it's not like it's my new baby and I'm all excited. No, I have already had many children. So I completely understand the values and the importance of preservation. Completely. Okay, so the issue of the extension of the facade, I don't think is fundamentally important, as long as, of course, we remain within the proportion, without the geometry, within the architectural language, etc., etc. The only real fundamental matter we had is the balustrade. So, hello? Can you show the balustrade?
Next slide, please.
Next slide. Next. Again, next. Next. Next, I want to go to the detail because we don't have much time to explain. Next. Okay, here, go back. Okay, here we have a section which is a little bit interesting. You can see the balustrade on the bottom right picture, drawing. That's is just a glass. Now, as the lady at the beginning, I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't know the name. The lady explained at the beginning, to have a masonry parapet as consequences, besides structural consequences, maintenance consequences, etc. But also, and that's why it's important to mention, is also the fact that we are building a top-class property. The room rates we're going to command in this property are not comparable to other room rates you have in Miami Beach. There might be one or two property closer to it, but this is going to be the top brand. I'm not bragging here. The brand is not owned by me. Okay, so we believe that one of the conditions when you build a hotel is ultimately that the people in their room have a visual contact also with the sea. In this case, facing east is facing the sea, as you know. So we believe that a glass balustrade would be very important to be able to command the rates we have. If we are too theoretically perfect with regards to architectural language, in this case, okay, next picture, next one again. Okay, here it is. That's what I want to show. If we would be theoretically too perfect with regards to parapet wall, we would have no view to the sea. So we try to find an intelligent solution where we could have glass, which obviously has all the advantage of transparency and also weight and also maintenance and everything. I pass all the detail. But what we suggest, and I think this is a contemporary way of interpreting a parapet, we suggest to etch that glass with a pattern. And that pattern, we will be more than happy to work it out with the conservation board, preservation board, to find a pattern that they would find suitable for the language of the building. So that etched glass basically is more dense at the bottom. closer to the floor, and therefore would make it feel from when you are from the grounds, we can make it feel that there is actually a parapet. So visually, when you are on the ground and you look up to the property, which is normally the only way you see it because you're on the ground, okay, you will see up. But because the glass will be etched more densely at the bottom of the glass rather than the top, it will give the feeling of a parapet visually. It is not in real. When you are in your room, you see horizontally, and therefore you don't have that interruption that a masonry wall it would give you. But with edge glass, you have the transparency when you're in your room, but when you are on the ground, you have that feeling of masonry. Now, it is not masonry. We can't cheat. We can't say it's masonry. It's not, okay? But we believe that in order to command the rates that Aman Resorts wants to command, I think that's important to have a little bit of a quirk here. So what I'm asking to the Preservation Board here is to look at history and renovation of the most famous buildings in the world. And what comes to my mind, and I'm a Belgian, not a French, so please do not think I'm being nationalistic here at all, okay? I think one of the greatest ever upgrading, enhancing, or renovation, or whatever, of a historical building in the world is the pyramids of the Louvre Museum in Paris, which is in the axis, as you all know, of the Champs-Élysées, which is an extraordinary classic building, yet AMP, an American architect, came up with the most astonishing idea of creating a pyramid, which remains a fundamental architectural shape. A triangle shape is the essence of architecture, okay? And he created that pyramids with reference, of course, to Egypt and the history. So that pyramid in the middle of the Louvre main square is an example of a successful enhancement. And I really mean that word. I think that pyramid has enhanced the Louvre, has made the Louvre a monument in the history. Not in the history, but a monument in its preservation and its renovation. So I believe at a totally different scale, because I do not have any pretension or pretense to compare our edging of a glass to the Louvre Museum. But fundamentally, the idea is to add a little quirk to give that building a little bit of, with all respect to its history and all the explanation I've given before with regards to the masonry wall, and the ability to have a proper room with a proper view, I would like to have this detail, which would be a very much talked about detail.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, 10 minutes are up.
Okay.
So,
How can you close out here? Because
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly, sir. I will close immediately. So I just want to remind you, my experience in the past has often demonstrated that a little bit of a quirk becomes a very, very powerful marketing element. And your building, which could be maybe insipid, or it may be a little bit sad, or a little not noticed if it's too perfectly renovated, a little bit of a quirk would probably add to the reputation and the glamour of this building. So I would like to ask the board and all of you to assess this idea, and any other detail you would like to see, we would be more than happy to integrate them as certainly as we can. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gathé. Debbie?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes,
I see, are we closing the presentation?
Yes, we're closing the presentation, but I have a question. Do you want us to delay questions we have for Mr. Gathé, for instance, to our discussion, or can we ask them before?
I think if you have questions, this would be a good time to ask, since they are just finished their presentation. I think comments should probably wait until after the public.
I have two very direct questions, if I might. They're directed to Mr. Gathé, I believe. I just two questions. The first one, I haven't seen one or two of the Aman hotels in the Far East. And am wondering if the governments in those locations, many of whom are very, very strict as far as historic preservation is concerned, and would not allow the demolition of a large amount of one of their monuments, if they have allowed you to remove an entire exterior facade similar to the one you're proposing to remove at the Versailles. That's one question. The other question is, the Saxony next door has completely masonry balconies. Do you consider the Vienna Saxony a top-class hotel? And if you do, what is the difference between its balconies and the total change you propose here for the Versailles? Those are my two questions. I think they're pretty straightforward.
Mr. Chairman, I think the answer to your first question should be addressed by Richard. As to the extension of the balcony, Richard, I think you should answer to that question. Did they hear me?
No.
Hello?
Yes, I know. Jean-Michel, thank you. I think a lot of the ground on the extension of the balcony and the extension of the building and the change to the east facade was covered in our last hearing when the board generally gave us the authority to go forward with an extension and to come back with a formal design presentation. And that's what you're seeing today. You know, initially that it is like any addition to a building, to a historic building. In this case, we started out with an 8-foot extension. We have note on your drawings, we managed to take that extension back to a 6-foot extension and reduce it as staff noted. But the important thing here is how compatible is this addition? Because that's exactly what it is. How compatible is this addition to the existing building? And in this particular case, I think you recognizing the curves that you saw, the plan that you saw, the horizontality and the verticality that are maintained in this addition. We find that we've got an addition that is really superlative and extremely compatible to the original Roy France design without trying to copy the original Roy France design and falsify history. The use of glass is, as we noted by comparison to the Louvre, it is extremely appropriate and extremely compatible when viewed through the notion of an addition. So if you would go back to the last rendering, the last slide that was up on the screen, staff would greatly appreciate that, so that everyone can get a feel for exactly how the verticality and the horizontality and even the color of white.
I understand, Richard. You're getting away from the question. However, my question is: I've been to China many times, and I've seen the work that their historic preservation architects and the government has sponsored. And I doubt very sincerely that in many of these countries where Aman has their major fabulous hotels, that they would allow the removal of an entire elevation of one of the buildings just to make it quote unquote modern and amenable to modern habitation. That's my point. Moving on, not to take up any more time.
Sure.
To the second question, what about the Saxony and its concrete balconies next door? You all don't consider that a first-class, world-class hotel? It has concrete balconies and it has been preserved in its entirety, basically.
No, Mr. Chair, Lisa Kasdan, actually, as you know, I handled the site plan approval for the Saxony. And the concrete balconies were a major problem. And so this board approved the demolition of most of the balconies. And what remained is about an 18-inch band on the bottom. And the rest of it was replaced with clear glass balustrades above. So That actually was a fundamental problem with the Saxony, and unless the balconies were able to be shaved down to 18-inch level, it would not have worked as a luxury hotel at all. And so the board approved that, and so the balconies were not maintained. In this instance, what they're proposing is the printed glass treatment at the lower portion of the balcony, which creates the same effect and works better for the hotels. I would also point out that multiple River France hotels in this same historic district, the Crown, the Cadillac, one of those was fancy, did much more change of the oceanfront facing facades of all the buildings in this section of Collins Avenue. This one is the most respectful of its original architecture.
Okay, Richard, sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like to address the chairman's question. I think his question is relevant and is actually very appropriate. Now, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's not just hardware or software which makes a top-class property. I think it's a complete package. It's a lifestyle package as opposed to hardware, as opposed to software. So I think the Faina, the hotel next to us, etc., it's a successful property because they have a very lively setup. They have beautiful landscape grounds and swimming pools and bars and restaurants and activities, etc. That's what makes them attractive. They did not, in my opinion, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone, they do not have the beauty that our building has. I don't think so. I think our building is exceptional compared to theirs. And I think we are like a jewel. And a jewel should be treated and put in a nice box.
Absolutely.
And I think I want to be that nice box. I want you to say, God, this box is beautiful. And in our balcony, it's part of that language. It's the ribbon on top of the box. So I think that Faina has and will always have their followers, etc. But I do believe, with all respect to Faina, that our property will have a much higher room rate, or at least income. Now, obviously, we have 50 rooms as opposed to 200 or 300. I don't know how many rooms they have, but obviously, with 50 rooms, you are able to deliver a higher quality service, more exclusive, more private, etc.
Thank you very much. Now for the other board members, I'm sorry to have spoken first. Does anybody else have specific questions for these gentlemen before we move on to public comment?
I'm just going to raise one issue, if I may, because I've had reservations about the glass. I mentioned last time that they were here, and I mentioned, I think, that there was a very fine team here, that if anybody could make this happen, they could. I appreciate the attempt to create this this grid and this density on the bottom, as if you would have a knee wall in essence, and it may create that density of view, that opaqueness on the bottom, and lighten as it goes to the top. But at the same time, I believe, or my concern, is that it is going to reflect and shine and glitter like glass will on the eastern elevation. So I don't think that, you're showing something in an image, in a rendering, but I don't think that we're going to get exactly there. We're going to have a glass facade. We're going to have tall glass railings that seem to be rather tall, and glass behind them. And so, the discussion can go on, but that's kind of where my feelings are.
Thank you very much, Barry, for those insightful comments. Anybody else have specific questions for these gentlemen? Okay, moving on to public comment, Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker is Jim Richmond.
And before we open to the public, I'd like to ask the board members if any board members have any disclosures to make regarding this application.
I do. I spoke to Daniel Seraldo, and I was spoken to their team, their entire team, via Zoom.
Okay.
I don't think I have. I receive a lot of emails when I check this email box, and my response is generally, we'll see your public presentation. Please copy city staff anytime you send me an email in reference to HPB.
Okay.
Yeah, I received a email from Mr. Caston. Unfortunately, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes. Mr. Caston called me to discuss the project. Just minimal discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? That's it?
That's it.
Just to let you know, I did receive that email from Neeson Kazin, but I did not respond.
Okay, Scott. Is that everybody? Okay. Debbie, for public comment?
Yes, our first speaker is Jim Richmond.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm the president of the condo board at the Caribbean Condo. We're up at 37 Collins, and I wanted to express our strong support for this project. We feel as though the design is spectacular, and the reputation of this group is impeccable. We think it will restore this building to its to magnificence. And furthermore, when we look south from our condos, from our apartments, what we see now is a shame. What we see is an eyesore. It's awful for the neighborhood. It gives the whole neighborhood a pretty bad feel. And in fact, to be quite truthful, it's kind of scary to walk by at night. We think that what these folks want to do will reinvigorate our neighborhood. It will really enhance the property values of the Caribbean and other surrounding areas, and will also just help commerce in the neighborhood, will help the other restaurants and such do very well. So like I said, we strongly support this. I don't know if folks from our two neighbors, the Mosaic to the north and Beach House 8 to the south, are able to make this meeting, but in discussions that we've had with them, this has their full support as well. So I urge you to figure out how we can get this started and get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Richmond, I apologize. Do you swear under oath that the testimony that you've given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. Debbie.
Our next speaker is Andrew Dickman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Andrew Dickman, an attorney at the Dickman Law Firm, 809 Walkerbilt Road, Naples, Florida. As you know, I represent Thomas Stern, an owner and resident on the north facade of the Faena House, and I also represent the Faena House Association. Both my clients have a substantial interest in redevelopment of the Versailles and the proposed tower to be built adjacent to it. The subject property is directly north of the Faena House, separated by the 34th Street public parking area. Because the application notice to be heard by the HPB today only addresses the Versailles, we have nothing to add at this hearing other than support for bringing the Versailles back to life. You can expect to hear from us at the hearing that has been noticed for the high-rise structure proposed to be constructed between the Versailles and Bahena House. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Dickman. Thank you, Debbie. Next.
Our next speaker is Louis Revuelta.
Hi, Louis. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. To address Jack's comment before, we were the architects of record as well for the Saxony. And the Saxony already had small balconies and solid rails on the east side. I just want to remind everybody that the Versailles did not have balconies at all whatsoever, not any kind of railings on the east side. And therefore, I think that the comparisons are a little bit different. And in all fairness to both Faena and Aman as hotel brands, is comparing a Beaujolais Nouveau with a Chateau Lafite Rochelle that is 48 years old. Faena is only 8 years old brand, and I think that Aman, given the amount of history that it has internationally, is a much older brand. And by all accounts, not by ours, it's a premier luxury brand. So I did not feel the comparison was fair. And I think that the balconies that we have on the Versailles that we're proposing are very deep and is going to provide a very nice and elegant play of light and shadow. And I think that the brightness that Barry was worrying about, it will be substantially mitigated by the deep balconies and the fact that we have a ceramic frit railing that is going to opaque the reflectivity on the glass railing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis, very much. But you are part of the team. You should have been under the presentation, not under public comment. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Tom Glassy.
Mr. Glassy, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Glassy. I'm with the Avalon Hotel. So obviously I see this as a very significant opportunity in many aspects. Firstly, to help Miami Beach really achieve the world-class destination branding success that we're all talking about as we move forward to brand the future of our destination. I think we also recognize of the massive investment needed to properly restore this historic building. I think the presentation outlined the sensitivity to this project. And if I may, I'd like to just refer back to a few key moments in time that I believe significantly elevated our brand. And Neeson addressed them as well. 1993, in the summer, both the National Hotel and the Delano Hotel changed hands within the same month, I'd say. And few of us knew the marketing genius, if you will, of Ian Schrager and his team. As a neighbor to the Delano, we were intimately kind of familiar with the playbook that was used. And I think it doesn't really need to be said because we all know, but the importance of what the Delano did for Miami Beach is can't be understated. The travel magazines, the fashion magazines, the art magazines, all the other magazines and outlets that followed the story dominated the travel news, I'd say, for 3 or 4 years. And so as a game changer, I think we're all grateful for that. There was a lot of coattails that sort of rode that wave. Apologize for the background noise here. Then later, the Satai came along, and I think we all watched the marketing muscle of that group 2 years before they opened. They sort of broadcast through the travel media 3 words: Satai, Miami Beach. And I think, again, similar playbook, the Setai brought an element of sophistication and travel, people, international people, if you will, who came to Miami Beach, really not just about Miami Beach, but maybe more so to stay at the Setai. So this opportunity with the Aman is even along the same vein of a significant game changer, because the Aman is, as I think everyone has learned, is at the very top of the food chain of luxury travel. So I think the opportunity is significant. I think the asks of the Aman Group are not that significant from what I've seen or heard. And I would just really encourage everyone to see this opportunity, not just for the neighborhood or the brand, but just during this really challenging time of COVID, to energize, not just the convention center and all the developers who are building, office space for hedge funds and family firms that are trying to come to the area, but for just the whole completion of the future of our destination to really achieve the world-class status we're looking to achieve. I really do see this as a unique opportunity. And if all of these points have been made already, please, accept this as just encouraging to understand how significant they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Debbie, anyone else?
Yes, our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Hi, Daniel. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I would like to ask Mr. Chair, the applicant had approximately 30 minutes for their presentation. While I do believe that the public is entitled to equal time, I practice and I would love to have approximately 7 minutes to put our position onto the record if the chair would agree.
We'll be very generous and give you 5. And if you can wind it up in 5, that would be great. But if not, come back and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, I'm beginning my timer now. Thank you. So Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. First of all, I do want to thank the applicant, their architects, and we may all have different viewpoints, but we all care about the community and about this amazing city, which was recently named the #1 destination in North America by the World Travel Awards. It's like the Oscars of travel. So we're all very proud of that and the legacy that we've all contributed to. As far as this project, we did send you all our positions, so I don't have to echo that. I'll just state it's in the record. But I did want to go over a few of the sticking points. It really has to do, first I'll start with the good. The good is bringing back the Versailles. We all know 15 years vacant. We know an incredibly wealthy ownership now is partnering with another incredibly wealthy brand. And we're kind of curious why it's looking the way that it does, given this stewardship of this group or their claim to stewardship. And so that is very concerning. We believe, though, that the eastern facade is equal in importance to the street elevation. We think that the proposed alteration to the east destroys the design unity of the tower and is in violation of the Secretary standards by altering the historic character of the Versailles, altering features, spaces, and spatial relationships that characterize the tower instead of restoring them, and altering the site and the environment. And so this really goes back to when you look at that eastern facade and you look at their plan to essentially remove that Roy France facade and put, a brand new, mostly glass exterior, that really goes against even what my friends Neeson and Tom Glassy were stating, places like the Delano, where there actually aren't any balconies, or the National Hotel, or the Faena that we mentioned, and thank you, Chair, for bringing that up, that the Faena does have masonry balconies, yes, with a little bit of glass on top, but that's sort of the standard for these historic properties. And, we're not Monaco, we're not Sunny Isles, we are Miami Beach. And I think that when these fancy grants come in, they need to learn to work with the language and the DNA of our city and not try to kind of force a round, a square into a hole. I think that's how the saying goes. When we talk about the Pyramid of the Louvre, yes, that is something contemporary, but it's flanked by historically authentic structures. We wouldn't take any pieces from the Louvre's facade and add glass. They just respect their history too much. And I think that it's incumbent on us to do the same. In addition, the geometry of the east facade, you'll see in that rendering, although it looks very elegant from an observer, and I think the fellow from Malaysia mentioned that, most people might not realize, but they're adding corner windows that are curved to the east facade, where Roy France's design is very definitively 90-degree angle corner windows that kind of go in this trapezoidal projection towards the center. So you lose that completely with this design. So we don't want this to be a pastiche of Roy France. We think we owe it to Roy France and to Art Deco that this gem, which we all agree is a gem, remains authentic. And we also have, and I'm just wrapping up now, we have a major boardwalk that more and more people are using to explore the Art Deco and the beauty of Miami Beach. And so the eastern facades are even more important, maybe even than before. And so to wrap up, I think that it's gone a long way, but it needs more way to go. I think the board members are onto the right points. Let's go and do some additional design work. Let's refine that eastern facade. Let's bring the geometry back to the original Roy France. Let's work on more masonry balcony. Barry made a great point about reflections that we often overlook. And let's bring this back and make something that we all can really truly be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for your most insightful comments. They're appreciated. Debbie?
I do not see any other speakers, Mr. Chair, so you can close the public hearing.
Now public comment is closed. Moving on to I guess, what is next, Debbie? Owner rebuttal?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. If the owner would like to present any rebuttal, this would be the time. 2 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, first me, then Richard Heisenbottle. A couple of things. There are 4 other significant properties of the same period in the same historic district: the Crown, the Cadillac, the Sea Island, and Caribbean. They have all had approvals for renovations by this board or predecessors of this board. Each and every one of them has changed radically the east-facing facade. They all have glass balconies without any fritting or design. They have whole buildings, in fact, in front of their east facades. This is the most sensitive treatment of one of these facades, the most creative treatment of one of these facades to date. And it is, as Mr. Gattei mentioned to you, essential for the success of this property. Rich?
If staff would put up the slide exactly where we left off before, I can illustrate for you or show you real quickly how the original Roy France facade. And if you look in your packets in the meantime while we're waiting for staff to put the slides back on, you can see that the original Roy France facade with its limited window area cannot possibly work as an Aman hotel. It is an impossibility. And that's why we came to you months ago with the possibility of adding the balconies and in order to make this work for Aman and make it work as a resort of this century, not the past. You're seeing one of the most sophisticated designs that I have seen in years for an addition to a historic building, and you're seeing it in context with the original building, taking all of its cues, every one of its angles and locations or curves is a Roy France curve, and ties directly in across from the east facade back to the west facade. You know, this is a high level of sophistication that is unprecedented with additions in Miami Beach, and I think that anyone who analyzes the additions to historic structures up and down Collins Avenue, and this district would agree with that. So,
Mr. Chairman, 2 minutes are up.
Thank you. Thank you. The next, anyone else from the ownership? No?
I don't know if Mr. Gattei would like to comment as well.
Okay, two minutes and that 2 minutes and that's it, please.
I do, Mr. Chair, though, just also want to point out for the record, the Saxony had balconies. They were not added on. And what happened was, as I mentioned to you, they were cut down to 18 inches because the hotel would not have worked with the solid masonry boundaries. That was a sine qua non for the renovation of that hotel.
Thank you, Ethan. Mr. Gattei, do you have 2 minutes to add something? Hello? Hello? Debbie?
I don't.
Hello?
Okay.
Baby. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I just don't know what's happening. Yes, I heard everybody comment, and I appreciate everybody's comment. I think they were very constructive. Nevertheless, I would like to finish my statement saying that I believe that the comment with the gentleman saying it's going to be a glass facade, it's of course it's an interesting way of looking at the thing, but that if that would be the case, that there would be reflection, it would be only in early morning, as I don't have to explain you the orientation of the building. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, there are glasses now which are non-reflective. So we could use a non-reflecting finish on the east side of the glass if we want to. Okay, that's another thing. Third, there will not be much reflection because of the edging of the glass. There will be a reflection. I can't deny that, but it won't be substantial. It will not look like a glass building. Beside that, what we have added on the roof, that very attractive curve things, is absolutely of the 1940s design language. So I do not believe that we have been inappropriate in our choices. And I believe, therefore, that the language we are proposing is not only complies to an Aman Resort DNA and complies totally to the architectural language of the 1940s. So I don't think we have been in any way unreasonable, extreme, alien, or whatever, alien to the language. So I really believe that we have been reasonable. I repeat, I have worked on many, many properties, and today most of them, and you know all the Aman. You know there were three basic architects of Aman. There was Kerry Hill, who died last year, and happily Ed Tuttle, who died last year, and happily, and the third one was me. So I'm touch wood, I'm the only one remaining today of the original architects of Aman, and so I'm really totally fully knowledgeable, because I have created Aman with the original founder. And I know exactly, design-wise, of course, I didn't create the company, I created the look. And I believe that the success we have, every projects around the world show that Aman has always been very respectful of its sense of place. Sense of place is the secret name of Aman. And I think our building has a sense of place for Miami Beach. So I really believe we are comfortable.
Thank you. And we hope you don't follow your predecessors and you can be around for another 50 years, because you're very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other speakers at this time.
Discussion.
If I could just provide the board a little bit of background. Sure. Mr. Kasdan did note that the board has approved over the past 20 years, significant modifications to the east-facing facades, including introduction of balconies, even tower additions in the rear of oceanfront buildings. Partially, the board's philosophy has been to allow for greater flexibility on the eastern portion of these buildings, because it really was not until the mid or late 1970s when these facades were even part of the public realm. So prior to the Army Corps Engineers Beach Renourishment Program, the ocean pretty much came up to the seawall, the edge of the building, the city's old bulkhead line. There were also these large steel groins placed perpendicular to the ocean along the entire shoreline. So one of the philosophies that the board has considered when allowing changes is that the rear facades of most of these oceanfront buildings were not part of the public facade because they were not able to be accessed for view by the public. Obviously, the board looks at everything on a case-by-case basis, and your decision is how you believe the changes are appropriate or not. But I just wanted to point that background out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We open now for board discussion. Who would like to go first?
I will.
Nancy, go for it.
First of all, I'd like to say that I am thrilled that we're finally to this point. I've been on this board for 2 years. Seems like an eternity, because we must have had 50 visits by the Versailles people over the time. And we kept trying to work to bring the Versailles back. So I'm happy it's happening, but I have some concern because I think there's a little different feeling here about restoring the building and doing something else. And according to the architect who just spoke, trying to make it a little quirky. Well, that little quirky just didn't feel right in my mind. The windows seem to have taken over the whole idea of the building. Our original Versailles, when it was built, was one of our masterpieces, as important as all of the European masterpieces that were mentioned today. It is our original Versailles that we're trying to save. And for the past 2 years, doing everything we could to try to save it. In our world, my world, but I think that, I've been here a long, long time, and I consider it my world. And I think of preservation as something where we want to save and not redo into something else. And the feeling I got when I finally got to the renderings, when I studied this, I couldn't understand. And I just have to ask this. As my final statement, I will make a question. Why is this wall of glass, or whatever it is, it gets confusing as they're talking about it. Why is this the make or break of an Aban project? How could that be? We have a magnificent building as is. It needs tender, loving care, and it needs to be refurbished into its original, beautiful statement. So if somebody can answer that, I would be happy to listen to it. Why is this a make or break for Aman?
She's got a very good point.
Would you like us to answer, Mr. Chair?
If you can do it shortly and quickly, yes.
And I'd also invite Jean-Michel, who has designed multiple ones of these. We have to deal with the reality and the facts. When the Caribbean was redone, when the Cadillac was redone, when the Crown was redone, their east facades were opened up, significant glass was added, balconies were added where none existed. That is because and these are for lesser hotels in terms of their quality and their market. When you're doing an oceanfront hotel, you have to open it up to the oceanfront. And this, that Jean-Michel has come up with, is the most sensitive way to do it, to accommodate the need for a luxury hotel and have the most respectful design. I would turn it over to Jean-Michel, but I know that absent this, it is not possible to have an Aman hotel. Jean-Michel, would you add anything?
Not true.
Before he goes, Nathan, I would just like that answered. Why is this a make or break when we have a magnificent landmark of our own right here? What is so important about the glass?
Jean-Michel, I thought I just answered. In order to be able to, there are only 56 hotel rooms. In order to be able to market the hotel rooms, they need to be able to have some water views. They need to be able to have the balconies, which are already approved by this board a few meetings ago. Now we're talking about the railings and the windows. And it is absent that, they cannot create a quality luxury hotel that is up to the standards of Aman. Even the Faena House, which is not at the level of Aman, the concrete balconies that existed had to be shaved down to 18 inches so that water views were attainable from the people within the rooms. So there's not a single hotel in that Collins Waterfront Historic District that has been renovated that has not created and opened up to the water. You can look at all of them. Jean-Michel, would you like to answer?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Directly,
do you hear me?
Please, directly. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. I think I'd like to answer to the lady. Okay. I understand the question, but the difference between a top class brand and a very good brand is that little detail which makes it sharp. You know, at very high level, there's a lot of top levels, and I work for a lot of top level hotels like Four Seasons, St. Regis, etc. I work with all of them, and I can tell you the difference between a top brand and a very good brand is all these little details. The details of space. For example, in your project here, the ceiling height is basically 8'4", 8'5", which is very, very, very low. Actually, Aman hesitated to take the project because of that. They say that's too low. We can't do a room with 8'5". He cannot. It's too low. And finally, we convince him. I say, look, at least if we can create a horizontal vision to the sea, that will reduce the impact of low ceiling. So on that basis, finally, Vlad say, okay, let's go ahead. But he says, I need my lights. If I don't have a glass balustrade, if I have a masonry balustrade, then it's too low. Then I can't take it. It's too low. And it was a very important detail, because so you need that little, I'm sorry if I use the wrong word because I'm a French-speaking person, so maybe my use of the word quirk is not right. Okay, but quirk, sure. I don't know exactly how negative that means, but what I mean by that, it has to be a little bit of a sexy touch. And we believe that in order to match the low ceiling, we needed to open. And that what would make the drama of the room. And Aman needs drama. Like Mr. Chairman says, some Aman are very simple, yes. But like if you talk about Aman in Asia or Aman in Europe, etc., they all have very large rooms, very, very large rooms. In this case, low ceiling, low room. We needed to open. We needed to get some sex appeal to the room. And it is important. It's part of the Aman DNA.
Thank you very much. Nancy, are you quite finished?
I'm finished for now, yeah.
Okay. Let me remind the board that the owner rebuttal period is closed. We're here for board discussion. So we need to really talk about this ourselves. And I think we've heard all we need to hear from the owner, the architect, and the designer. So please, who would like to be next?
So that means we can leave?
No, you need to stay. No. Who wants to be next, please? Let's move on.
I'll chime in if.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, when we did, when they came to us, it seems like months and months ago, with the idea of extending the balconies on the back, we were in favor of that. We liked the idea because we thought it was we realized it was going to finally move this project along and get this building renovated after so many years. So we were all in favor of that. Obviously, we wanted them to come back and show us all the details, and that's why they're here today. At the time, my main concern was still the structural elements of doing this. If you remember, they talked about basically rebuilding the floor plates in that building, and they had an idea of they showed us how they're going to do it, and I still think that's the most concerning part of this whole project. But we said, okay, if that's what you need to do, go ahead and do it. Anyway, they're back here with what they're proposing. Overall, obviously, I'm in favor of moving this project forward. I'm in favor of them extending the balconies. It's just some of the details that we obviously were having, at least I'm having an issue with. And the main one is, or I should say really the only one, is what we talked about, the glass. There is a lot of glass on this building. On the east facade of the building. And it's, when there's an addition to a historic building, sometimes we like it to be completely different from the original building, so it could so people will see the original building and what was added. Sometimes you want it to look the same. This building, I think, at least I'd like it to kind of be set apart from the original building, but also keep some of the elements of the original design. I think to a certain extent they've done that. But again, I go back to the glass. I'm looking at the page AH 1.204. When you look at that, it almost looks like any other modern building that's built today. It's really, a whole glass facade. Personally, I do think it's a little too much glass. However, we talk about going back to masonry railings, and if you were to change all that glass to masonry, you're talking about just, a plain wall on the east facade. So I think there's got to be some kind of middle ground here. I see on the plan that there are some vertical elements, at least on the middle portion of the balconies. I'm assuming that's concrete, that's masonry. Maybe one idea is adding some of those or making those a little bit wider. Something. And what I'm trying to get at is something to break up some of that amount of glass. I think it was that mentioned, there might, with so much glass, there's going to be a little bit of a sparkle to that. And I think he's got a point. With all that glass, when the sun hits it, or, any kind of light, really, it's going to, again, I'll use the word sparkle. And I just think that's going to kind of take away a little bit from the look of that facade. I'd like to hear what the rest of the board members think, but I do think there is a lot of glass on that facade, and I think there are certain ways that it could be cut down, the amount of glass. That's what I'd like to see. I mentioned one idea. I'm sure there are other ideas. But overall, I'm in favor of the project. I want to see this move forward. I like all the other aspects of the project. Bringing back a lot of the original features, the dining room on the ground floor, and the like. So, those are all the best parts of this project. Again, my only concern is that the east facade and the amount of glass that's on that facade. So, with that, I'll, wait to hear what the rest of the board feels.
Thank you, Scott. Who would like to be next? Rick.
Thank you, Jack. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Very exciting to see this project come back before the board, and I appreciate the presentation by the excellent architecture and design team. I do agree that there is, I understand the need to open up the east facade. I recognize that if you're on the ocean, you want to have more views, you want to have more balconies. It's true that Roy Francis design is lovely, but did not incorporate the balconies that is expected today. That being said, I have to agree with the others that the amount of glass, at least in these few renderings that we have, is a bit overwhelming. And so I wanted to just bring up a couple of points for consideration for the design team and for the staff. In reviewing the details of the balcony, it appears that there's glass, the height of the railing, it's not only 3'6" to accommodate our codes, but it drops another foot over the face of the concrete. So you've got 4.5 feet of glass, which is more than the 4 feet of open, clear space above the glass, because the concrete at the edge of the slab is being turned down. And we haven't heard much about that detail that turns down to create a lighting effect, but what that's doing, in my view, is actually reducing the amount of open view to the ocean. And so it had the notion of a knee wall had come up. And so I wonder if it has been studied or not to have that beam, rather than turn down, to turn up, thereby increasing the amount of open space to the sky and reducing the height of the glass. I think if the glass were thinner, rather than the 4'6", if it were 3 feet, let's say, reduced by 30%, let's say, it would be more ribbon-like, and you would see from below, you would see more of that deep balcony, that shady space, which I think the renderings, by the way, would benefit from, capturing the kind of the darker tones that you get, because they are deep balconies. They're very nice. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. And the other thing is the corner windows. At the ends of the balconies, where the balconies meet the main volume, we've got these round windows. They're big round windows. I don't see them in plan. I was trying to get a better sense for them. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but the plans, they still look solid. And I wonder if those have been overlooked or perhaps not given the same attention that the balconies have. And I think that the design would benefit, if the same thoughtfulness that's been given to the balcony railings would be given to those corner windows. So overall, I am in favor of the project, although I think there is still room for refinement and improvement. I do think it's a clever solution, the etching of the glass with the gradient, with the intent of suggesting a knee wall, with that kind of milky bottom. I think it's very interesting, but it's still quite a lot of glass. And you hear from some of the board members that it, at first glance, there's something about it that looks a little generic. And I think that the Aman is probably targeting something more exquisite. And I think that I think you can make it there. I think it can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. Who would like to be next?
I'd speak if nobody.
Barry. Come on, down.
I think I let those comments out early, and it appears we're pretty much all on the same page. It hit me a bit why they have a turn down beam and why the glass was taller than needed to be. So we have that element. I think I really think no matter what they do, they are going to have this pizzazz, this sparkle of glass, and there's a ton of it. And if they go to non-reflective glass, which they said maybe they would consider, I think, they may not want to do that because I believe that would reduce their visibility, the clarity of that glass by about 8 or 10%. I'd like them to come back with a feeling of, something Daniel Seraldo said was learn, and I jotted this down, learn to live within the DNA of our city. They're trying to create pizzazz, saleability for their business, which I wish them well. I hope that this project continues. I would like for them to come back with reduced glazing. I would like to see not only lower the verticality of that glass, that why it's hanging over, I'm not too sure, other than maybe it's ease of installation. And additionally, to reduce it horizontally, which is what I was hoping for the last time they were here, to make maybe framed openings. But however they do it, I would like to see to reduce that glass both vertically and horizontally. And I'm very in favor of it. I think they've done a great job, except there wasn't all that much thought into what are we going to do other than glaze this. So we want to glaze it. How can we pass it by here? And I don't think that you make glazing look like masonry. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Let's see who's next.
Kirk. So, I mean, there's a few thoughts here. First of all, I mean, I feel like part of the attraction seems to be to want to be in a landmark building. And to me, I mean, that's part of the allure of Miami Beach. And you would presume that's part of the allure for Amman wanting to be in such a beautiful historic structure. Like a lot of the rest of the board, I feel like there's a conflict. On the front side, it seems like a beautiful restoration. And I want to pinpoint that for a second because I feel like the porte cochere is really nicely done. There's great details that have come back to us this time that we didn't have. The rails, there's great additional details. At the same time, and I said this at the last meeting when we discussed this, I don't feel like it stops at a point of just being too much glass. For me, and this building is beautiful from 360 degrees, much more so, I think, than probably any other Art Deco building on Miami Beach. I'm sure there are more, but this building really does have, tremendous symmetrical features on all sides. And I feel like starting with the corner windows, which I can remember saying this at the last meeting where we discussed this, even, on the north and the south where the corner windows begin and turn into floor-to-ceiling windows connecting to the balconies, to me, the entire symmetry of the horizontal banding that continues around the entire building is just lost. And it makes the east side of the building just feel like an add-on. And I don't know, I heard what Debbie said, and immediately to my mind, a lot of you thought of the Saxony. I thought of the Eden Rock, which has incredible masonry balconies that are pretty voluptuous. I mean, they're pretty luxurious in their scale and design. And, I don't know what the restoration history has been on those, but they have withstood for a good deal of time. So, it seems to me that, number one, I'm not willing to give up on the idea that historic masonry walls and features on the east side of a building should be relinquished in our historic districts, because I have seen them be maintained, and I do think that they contribute important features to buildings. So I'm struggling with that component. I felt like when we approved of changing the floor plates, there was a whole other discussion about that, of the columns that were interfering with the open spaces on the interior. And I felt like that was a lot to give. And as Scott mentioned, it's something, it hasn't conventionally been done. And I think there was a lot of hesitation, but, there was this argument that, well, this is a historic building, but it needs to be, to live up to Amman standards, we need to do this. And I felt like a lot of these issues that connected to making a historic building suitable for the Amman brand, I would have thought those would have been resolved. I don't think anyone had an issue with creating balconies, make them voluptuous, but in my mind, that didn't mean undermining the entire character of the building from the exterior. And, from my point, I'm really going to have a problem if there's not a way of integrating those balconies in a way where they don't stand out in such a way that they just look plastered on. There's other issues I still have. I'm still not sold on the glass box. We keep being sold. And even in this project, we're eliminating the previously approved little addition on the roof. And to me, this glass box is even more prominent. I'm not sold on that. And what else? I want to mention from my standpoint, and I mentioned this again at the last meeting, I felt like at the last presentation for the public interior, there was no detail, at least not in my mind, that was suitable for a building of this stature. And I thought we were going to get something back in the same way we got the rail detail and the portico shared details. Ask me what the interior of this building looks like and how it gives a nod to the original Roy France design. We discussed at the last meeting that there wasn't a lot of documentation. I know at least one person sent us all an email stating that maybe they had photos. I don't know if we can document it, but to my liking, I don't feel like I have a sense of what the public interior, what details are being created there to
Kirk,
yes,
sorry, Mr. Pascal, if I could just, you're correct. The design of the public interior space is required to be reviewed and approved by this board. We have not seen anything. They have not submitted anything. It's not part of this particular application because that's going to take them a little bit longer, but that is reflected in the draft order, that still is outstanding and needs to be developed and brought back to you.
Perfect. So those components will come back to us. Going to what Jean-Michel was stating, in terms of a quirk, making this, taking a beautiful historic building and maybe adding a quirk. I think it's a great word. I feel like this is much more than a quirk, and that's my issue. So many components, the glass box on the top, the lack of the masonry balconies, even the medallion to me, I feel like I would have liked to see it done better, where it's just sort of hanging on this frame. It doesn't really, to me, feel like it's integrated into the structure as well as it might have been, and probably that's in a repercussion of the glass box even being there. These are all issues I stated the last time, and I still have big reservations with that. But other than that, I mean, I'm excited to see the project move forward. I'm excited to have Aman be the ones that are doing it. There's great components. I just really feel like we could all try harder and fine tune, particularly integrating those balconies, the medallion, all of those features. I don't know about the glass box. I'm probably forever not going to be happy with the glass box being stuck up there competing with the finial. But I feel like particularly the masonry features, the horizontal symmetry of those bands wrapping all the way around the buildings or around the building, I think is important. So that's where I'm stuck right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Nancy, you said you wanted to speak again.
No, I have taken it all in. I understand it, and I understand the problems. I hope that the team will bring it back so that it is presentable as far as a place in Miami Beach. Aman is different. You have a different feeling when you go to see those buildings, starting with the size. And certainly, if you can do those beautiful, I never know what to call them. They're just beautiful, wonderful projects. But we're in Miami Beach, and we value a lot of our designs and feelings about our places. So I think what you've heard today should be an easy one to go back and bring us an even greater project. Even if you have to add little quirks, I'll forgive that one.
Thank you, Nancy. That was wonderful. Does anybody else have anything to say before I say my piece?
This is Max.
Max. I forgot Max.
Yeah, that's okay. One of the pitfalls of not piping up early, I don't really have much to add that hasn't been covered already. I'm supportive of the project. It sounds like from other board member comments that we're not at a place where we're going to be approving this today anyway. So I'm interested in what that, as Rick put it, middle ground, what a design consideration that this board would be happy with, but, achieves the needs to be able to keep this project moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. My turn. Thank you, Mr. Kasdan and Mr. Gete and all your presenters. I think you have done a fabulous job, and I particularly appreciate your coming to me via Zoom before this meeting to explain in detail what you went over today. It was very informative. I too have problems with what was presented today. Mr. Kasdan, I feel, is implying that the owners must have the proposed design in its entirety, or Miami Beach cannot have the Aman brand. I think that's what he basically said when he said we must have the windows, we must have the floor plan, we must have these things. The Historic Preservation Board has the right to its own input, and where compromise is possible, it should be undertaken. I really like this project, but the east facade needs more work to lessen the sparkly glass overwhelming effect. Window corners need to be preserved. Curved are a pastiche. The glass box on top is not integrated into the building and looks basically like, to me, a sore thumb. The Secretary of Interior standards and the DNA of our city are paramount concerns of mine. And these two major items have, as far as I can see, really not been addressed in any way in the eastern facade. In fact, what you're proposing for the eastern facade completely runs contrary to the Secretary of Interior standards. And those are our only legal guidelines. Owners should be eager to respect our prerogatives, and if the owner would not be eager to respect our prerogatives, I would have to vote no for this iteration. Please work with the staff to mitigate all of our concerns mentioned by the board members, and we look forward, it appears, to having you return with an even more magnificent project than you have presented today. I can't speak for the other board members, but I would suggest to Debbie that we make a motion for them to return at the most opportune time for them. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess if any of the board members would like to make a motion, if it is going to be for continuance, I would strongly recommend it be continued to the January 12th meeting in order to give the applicants some time to work out these details and to meet with staff to discuss the board's direction.
Debbie?
Yes.
Debbie? Are they coming back with the other part of their issue next month?
Correct. So they have a pending application for the new tower design that is scheduled to be before you on December 8th. At this point, I don't think that the applicant has enough time to turn around a new design for, it sounds like, and I think I would like some more direction from the board on this, that it's the east facade design, including the balconies, and the rooftop addition that you would like to see further developed. There were the portico share, I believe, there was a consensus that was okay. There is the small eastern addition at the ground level, and then the modifications to the north side for the restaurant entry. I didn't hear any concerns about those, but the two major things would be the east facade and the rooftop addition. Those are significant enough that I don't believe they would be able to redesign those, submit those, really would be required to be submitted by Monday, and in order to be posted for the public to see and then return to the board in December. So I would recommend a January 12th.
Does it make sense to first hear the tower in December and then come back with that?
I think it's, obviously they've bifurcated this application. One of the reasons initially that was done was because staff had expressed serious concern about the historic building and the need for that to be under construction as soon as possible. Remember, they have an active building permit, but they would need to modify that building permit in order to incorporate some of their proposed changes. So that's why initially it became bifurcated. So currently there are two separate applications that were filed. So at this point, we can't combine them. We could certainly hear them on the same date. But again, the tower is scheduled for December. I don't think the applicant has enough time to bring this portion back in December. We could hear from the applicant if you wished to, but that would be my recommendation.
I think we should hear. I think we should hear from the applicant because they may not agree with us. As Jack was saying, it seemed like almost an ultimatum.
Mr. Kasdan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, and we've heard all of the discussion and all of the input and the direction. And I think that we can take a look principally at the comments with regard to the east facade and the glazing and its treatment to see, and I'm saying to see because we have to study this internally, what modifications can be made, and if so, then propose them to you. I will be candid and say that there still needs to be, as Mr. Gauthier mentioned, the connectivity of the ocean and the sea and the openness and the light, which, by the way, was one of Lloyd France's big lines, which is the light and how important it is. And so in order to create the product that will justify doing this project. So we hear what you say. I think we will look internally to see what, if any, modifications can be made, and at the same time, still be consistent with the kind of product that's needed to renovate this as a first-class luxury hotel. So we'll do that, and we'll come back, and we appreciate that you like the other aspects of this project. I do want to, I do have to repeat, though, I think that there has to be a little contextual understanding of every single other building of this vintage in this historic district, and how the modifications to the east facades, including what was previously approved on this site, a whole new structure being built to the east of the existing Roy France Tower, which also happens at the Cadillac and at the Crown, where there were not balconies, and balconies were created, all glass balconies, and the Caribbean as well. That these were all elements that were approved by this or previous versions of this board, and the effort that they have put in here is to create a higher state of design and quality than all of those previous ones. I do feel there's an element, we're being judged now at a standard that is different than the standards that other projects, a number of which were endorsed by NDPL, have been judged. And I think there's an element of fairness here with regard to that. Notwithstanding that, I think the comments from many of the board members are genuine with respect to the concerns about the glass and the amount of glazing, the way it's treated. And I think it is appropriate to ask us to look at it and study it and see if we can come back with something that would satisfy what you are looking for, and at the same time allow us to create the product we want to create for Miami Beach.
Nason, can I?
Sure.
Jack, can I?
Sure.
Respond to Nason. Nason, we're not trying to get rid of the project. We're just trying to make it fit into Miami Beach in a better way. Whenever I look at the rendering, it just looks to me like an ordinary high rise. It doesn't look like anything exciting or different. And I think you need to bring back the excitement and the difference between this building.
Nancy, it is going to have some modification in order to accomplish what's needed for a contemporary hotel. And I
agree with that. You don't have to argue with that.
Repeat, Nancy, that I do
agree.
I do think comments about the glazing are legitimate comments, but I also do feel there's a sense of unfairness when you look at all the other Roy France buildings, you look at all the other buildings built in the same era in this historic district, and you see how much more radical the modifications were that have been approved from all of those properties. And this one, which actually had more thought and design going into the east facade, is being treated differently. I think it's unfair.
Neeson, there's no unfairness here. We have bent over backwards in all your reiterations of coming to us to hear what you have said, and this is our reaction. And time moves on, and something that was approved 20 or 30 years ago may not be looked at the same way today. And we go by the Secretary of Interior's standards. I say that over and over and over again, and very few people ever repeat it back to me or show me how your building project complies with the Secretary of Interior's standards. That is the legal basis by which we judge things, not by a brand name, not how pretty something is, but by those standards. So I take a little offense at saying we are unfair. I think we are the most fair body in the city of Miami Beach. We have bent over backwards during the coronavirus to stay over time, to listen to everyone's concerns over and over and over again. So I take some exception to say that we are unfair. We are very fair.
Mr. Chair, let me respond if I may briefly. First of all, I absolutely think you are right to say that what has been approved in the past does not bind you to this application. And if you can come to a better result or a better standard than was achieved in the past, I do agree with you. That is well within your domain and your purview. I would also point out two things. Number one, the staff report has said that we are consistent in all respects with respect to the renovations and the modifications to this building. And Mr. Eisenbottom will go through that as well. I just want to also point out one other thing for the record as well. For instance, the Eden Rock and its concrete balconies was pointed out. But when the Eden Rock built a 290-room addition on the ocean side of that property, all of those rooms have complete glass balconies and significantly more glazing. So what that tells you is if you're building on the ocean front, you need to be able to do it. I think what you as a board are asking for, I think you're not saying don't do it. I hope you're not saying don't do it. I think what you're saying is do it in a way that you feel would be more sensitive. And that I think we can work on.
Okay, thank you, Neeson. And I wanted to compliment you, Nancy. As usual, you hit the nail directly on the head. What you said is the keynote of this morning. So thank you for your insight. Thank you, Neeson. Thank you, everybody. And I need a motion to Debbie to postpone.
Yes, and just to clarify, the board actually has 46 legal criteria. So the Secretary of Interior Standards is one of those criteria. But in terms of basing, your decision on criteria, there are 46. So there's one with the Secretary of Interior Standards, which has to be considered. And then there's 45 other criteria that you're legally bound to also consider when making.
I didn't mean to exclude them. I just use that as an example.
Right. And I would ask if the board is going to have a motion to continue, that it be to the January 12th meeting.
I'll move it.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Liebman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Pascal. Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. The application is continued to the January 12th meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next project.
Okay, the next project is, now we are going back to the regular order of our agenda, is HPV file 20-0381. This is 928 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of the Ocean Drive facade and the design of new glass storefronts and the construction of a bathroom structure at the roof level. Back in 2018, the board did approve modifications to the ground level storefronts. This is an existing non-contributing building in the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Local Historic District. In 2018, the board approved modifications to the southernmost ground level storefronts. The applicant is currently requesting to modify the remaining northern storefront to be consistent with the storefronts at the southern level. At the time the board approved the previous application, this particular tenant did not occupy the northern most space. Apparently they do now, and that's why they would like them to match, and staff is supportive of that. We don't believe that will have any adverse impact on the architectural character of the existing building. Additionally, the applicant is proposing a relatively modest 8.5 by 25 foot 8-inch bathroom structure located on the northern portion of the roof deck. This is located behind the existing rooftop tower element, which will preclude any visibility of the structure from any vantage point along Ocean Drive or even as far back as within Loomis Park. It's a relatively modest request, and staff has no objection.
Thank you, Debbie. We need a presentation. Is there one?
Correct. I believe Mr. Tatchmas will be presenting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony. So I'd like to ask if any such members can state on the record whether they swear under oath that any and all testimony they'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Are they online?
I do.
Alex, do you have any presenters who will be testifying?
Ken Diamond, the architect, might speak. Ken, can you just get sworn in?
Hi, Ken. Do you so swear?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Alex Tatsmas with the law firm Resuch & Bowen, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, on behalf of 928 Ocean Drive. And joining me is our architect, Ken Diamond. Mr. Chair and board members, I believe this is a pretty straightforward application. Certainly expected to be shorter than your prior one. We just have two requests. One is to install a new glass facade on the remaining third of the building that we previously did not rent. So we were here in 2018. The historic board approved a new ground floor glass facade. We are seeking to have the identical glass facade now put into the additional third of the ground floor that we have now acquired. And then secondly, we're seeking the installation of men's and women's bathrooms on the rooftop. And as Debbie indicated, the bathrooms will not be visible or not visible from Ocean Drive or from Loomis Park. And staff is recommending in favor of the application. Mr. Chair, we have no objections to any staff conditions. However, if you like, I do have a few slides we can put up on a PowerPoint.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's see how we do this. I believe you're CJ, is that I think is his name. Would you put up the slides, please? Okay, great. Thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just to orient everyone, this is on Ocean Drive, 928 Ocean, roughly in the middle of the 900 block between 9th and 10th Street. Next slide, please. So our request is simple. The first request is to add 2 restrooms to a rooftop. And as indicated in the third bullet, the bathrooms are not visible from Ocean Drive or Loomis Park as they are hidden behind a stair core. And then secondly, we are seeking to replace the storefront facade for the north third of the building. And again, it will be identical to the facade replacement approved by the board in 2018, as indicated in the bottom bullet. Next slide, please. And this is a roof plan, and you can see the where the bathrooms are supposed to go, and as indicated and only made more clear in the line of sight study, they would not be visible from Ocean Drive. Next slide, please. And you're looking at the east elevation of the building. In green, you can see where the installation of the bathrooms will go. And as indicated, they are hidden behind a stair core and a little under 200 square feet, men's and women's bathrooms. Next slide, please. Here is a line of sight study, and it's a little bit small, but essentially it makes clear that if you continue the diagonal line in a straight line above from the point of view of the pedestrian across the street, the bathrooms will not be visible. Next slide, please. This is the east elevation of the 928 Ocean Drive building, and the bathrooms have been plugged into this photo, and as you can see, they are not visible. Next slide, please. The east elevation is the other request we're making. So our client is renting the two-thirds of the property on the south side, and that 2/3 was glass facade was approved by this board in 2018. And you can see the 2/3 that are just in white gray. Those have already been installed and were approved by the board. So all we're seeking today in this request is to essentially replicate the glass facade that the board already approved in the northern third of the facade, as we have now taken over that space, and will make it consistent with the remaining facade. Next slide. And Mr. Chair, that's all we have. If anybody has any questions of me or our architect, I'm sure we're happy to discuss.
Super. Thank you very much, Alex. Okay. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not see any members of the public wishing to speak. I see we do have a court reporter on this particular item with their hand up, but I'm not sure if they would like to speak or not.
Mr. Chairman, before we open the public hearing, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose?
Not me.
Okay. Anyone else?
Nope.
Okay, I see none.
Okay, thank you, Nick. We do have Daniel Seraldo is the next speaker.
Yes, hi. Do I have to be sworn in or no?
No, Daniel, you're still under oath. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I won't need that much. I just wanted Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. The advocacy committee reviewed the project, and we are in support of the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay.
Mr. Chair, the only hand up I see is the court reporter.
Yeah, the reporter doesn't need to speak, Debbie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tatchmas. Okay, so I see no other speakers. You are welcome to close the public comment.
Okay, hereby close the public comment. I guess there's no rebuttal. There's no comment. Board discussion.
Here.
Nancy.
This will be my last big comment of the day, so don't worry.
I hope not.
No. I'm not going to talk about the bathrooms or any of that. I am going to talk about the history of this location. The place has been a problem for Ocean Drive for over the years, including a recent shooting there, a problem. I think they fixed it, but they had a big problem with their BTR. They built a rooftop bar without any permit. And it just seems to me that we should not just look at the fact that 2 bathrooms are going to be supported and not have the background history. The place is coming back here for the toilets. But if we are finally, and this goes to the Ocean Drive, is what I'm attaching this to, is that the discussions of Ocean Drive. If we are finally trying to change the atmosphere on Ocean Drive, and I think everybody's aware that that's trying to happen, new ordinances are going to be put in place, new names are going to be given to the street called Historic Cultural Preservation. I'm wondering how this project, with its history, is going to fit into the description. So as I spent time thinking about that, I figured maybe there should be more of a discussion and defer this applicant until we are assured that this property has come into a compliance and ready to become part of our new drive, Ocean Drive again. That's all I have to say. I'm concerned about this. They've gone to the planning board several times and they keep getting approved in the planning board. We have not seen any changes that maybe we're not supposed to see. I can't speak to that. But I think that we just need to hear where this project is going. And my one question for them is this. Is this an open bar on the roof? Are they serving food? Or it's just one big open bar on the roof as they tried the last time they were before us?
Mr. Chair, can I respond, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Levin, you know I always respect your passion for,
right.
for everything. Nancy, let me speak, please.
I'm complimenting you. It's not about you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate everything you're saying, and you always have Miami Beach's interests as a first priority, and I respect that. However, as we've discussed in prior applications, and I think Nick can weigh in, the board's criteria is limited to design and planning and construction issues. You're raising issues involving the business and operations, possible noise issues. They're not in front of this board, and this board does not have jurisdiction to make its mind up and make its decision based on those. The planning board, as you pointed out, does have jurisdiction to address those issues. I will mention that our client has not had a noise violation in over 2 years. I had a search done right before the hearing yesterday. Just wanted to make that for the record, but I really would appreciate it if we would stick to the HPB criteria, and staff has found us to be in compliance essentially with every single criterion that they've listed in their staff report, and would respectfully ask for an approval.
All right, may I respond?
Sure, Nancy.
Jack?
Sure.
It's very nice that we're going to approve the bathrooms, but this, and you know that this project, this facility, has been under the microscope for a lot of things. Most recently, they had a shootout there. And are those the kind of things that we want to see in the new upcoming Ocean Drive? Or do we want to be just approving anything that comes along as long as it looks like a design? Historic preservation has more to it than just looking at designs. It has to do with a community, it has to do with the neighborhood, and it has to do with how the neighborhood works. So maybe the legal says that we can't do anything but design. I object and say that this is part of the design, what this place has done, and who knows what they'll do if we just accept it.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be good for the city attorney to comment at this point, because
I was just going to respond. I was just going to respond to that. My first point would be obviously the board's jurisdiction is limited to your review under the certificate of appropriateness criteria, right? So that criteria doesn't extend to the kinds of operational issues that have been raised. But that said, is there a pending, and this is maybe more a question for staff, for Debbie, is there a pending planning board application as to which, if the board has a particular operational concern, you can transmit as a body, a question or a particular aspect that you'd like the planning board to weigh in on? Because while you don't have the authority to review a design of an application for operational issues, like the ones that have been raised, if the board has particular thoughts on an operational issue that might come before the planning board, you may have an opportunity to transmit those by motion. So, Debbie, is there a pending planning board application?
Michael Belushi is also on the call. I believe there is an approved planning board application for indoor entertainment. So an approved conditional use. However, My understanding is that is not currently active because the applicant has not met all of the requirements in order to activate the CUP or conditional use permit for the indoor entertainment component. Michael, do you have anything else to add for that?
Sure, that's correct, Debbie. And I know that they're very close to getting that approval to comply with the final requirements of the planning board to authorize that approval on their BTR. And then once that has been approved, they will be scheduled for a progress report at the planning board within the next 90 days. So if there are issues or violations that are apparent or brought up, the planning board will discuss the operation 90 days after the issuance of the BTR for the entertainment that was authorized by the CUP.
And Michael, do you have any other specific response to, even though they may not, even though they may be outside the HPB's jurisdiction, do you have any other answers to Nancy's questions that might be helpful?
Sure, just to know that there's no entertainment approved for the rooftop. The requirement is that all music on the roof not exceed ambient level that does not interfere with normal conversation at any time. So the only entertainment that was approved was for the ground floor in the interior. And I think they were allowed to have the doors open with certain requirements for the sound, to not extend beyond the sidewalk or above ambient background music level at the sidewalk level. So those are the primary conditions that were placed on the applicant for the CUP, for the indoor entertainment primarily.
And my question about is it an open bar only on the roof? Is that what the toilets are for?
Nancy, they serve food and beverages on the roof. Mr. City Attorney, I really object to this whole line of discussion that HPB does not have jurisdiction. You admitted it yourself. A court reporter is here for this very reason, because we are anticipating that once again we would be dragged into a discussion that is not relevant to the criteria of this board. And I respectfully ask that we not have any further discussions outside the ambit of what this board is charged with.
Alex, I think the point I tried to make very clearly was that while these questions may be outside of the board's authority to review the design, that the HPB may like to have some of these questions answered. I'm not suggesting that any decision be based on these issues. In fact, I don't think they could be. But it's just more a matter of, we have the board members have a right to ask questions, and if there's an opportunity to have them answered, we are at a public hearing. So while I do agree that these questions are outside the board's authority to review the design, I thought it was an opportunity, since staff is here, since you and your team are here, to have those questions answered.
And can I just continue this a little bit? Why would we put the bathrooms up there before the BTR has been finished? This is a long time in coming.
No, I think
that somebody, I think, Mr. Attorney,
no, I'm sorry.
Said, excuse me, Alex, I can talk. The attorney did mention that the BTR, or no, it was Debbie, that the BTR is not final. May I just hear that comment?
I think Nancy, they do have a BTR. They do have a BTR. The issue is that their conditional use permit for the entertainment is not fully active because they haven't complied with all of the prerequisites to add entertainment to the BTR. The restrooms up there, they have to be constructed and completed and safe before that rooftop area could be added to their BTR. It's something that you have the construction done first, and then you basically have your license to operate.
Okay, I'm finished with this. I will be back to watch again when we have another problem.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Tachmas was prepared to respond to Nancy's last question, but I think he's muted.
We want everybody to have a chance to respond.
Alex, you're still muted.
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that we do have a BTR for the rooftop. The BTR that Michael was referring to that is pending is the one for the ground floor. So the rooftop has its BTR.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. Does any other board member have anything to say?
Just a point of
Mary?
Yeah, just had a point of information, I guess. There was mentioned that there were possibilities of existing non-compliance. Are there any issues that it's really a yes or no that the applicant is currently in violation of?
Mr. Chair, staff can comment, but no, there are no pending violations of the property.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member have any comments or questions? Scott?
Yeah. And I just to speak to what Nancy talked about. Nancy, I share your concerns. However, I think the issues on Ocean Drive go far beyond one small project. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I think we've had a lot of Ocean Drive projects come in front of us, and a lot of them were major, a lot of like complete reconfigurations of interiors of buildings or major, changes on the outside. And at that time, we did talk a little bit about maybe what the property could do to sort of, stem what's been happening on Ocean Drive. This one is so minor that I just don't think it's the time to jump into it. I mean, the work is minor. What they're proposing is minor. The issues are huge, and that's my point. The issues are so huge that we're not going to solve them by not allowing them to replace some storefront doors or put a rooftop bathroom. So I mean, while I share your concerns, I just don't think it's something we at least I would want to get into now. So with that, I mean, I'm okay with what they're proposing, but I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Can we have a motion on this to move on? A motion to approve their proposal?
I'll make the motion to approve the application with all the staff recommendations.
Okay. A second? Rick? Okay, all those in favor?
Mr. Chair, let me do a roll call if you don't mind. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
No.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The application is approved. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next application. On the agenda this morning is HPB file 20-0420, 1036th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and partial restoration of all buildings on the site and the construction of an attached addition as part of a new hotel development. They are also asking for one or more waivers and variances to reduce the required rear pedestal and tower setbacks, the required side interior tower setback, and to reduce the required rear yard open space. This is a collection of three pretty much identical buildings originally constructed in 1938. They are all classified as contributing within the Ocean Beach Historic District. The buildings were designed by Henry Hohlhauser in the Mediterranean Revival Art Deco transitional style of architecture. The three buildings are arranged around a central courtyard that fronts onto 6th Street. The applicant is currently proposing the construction of a new 7-story addition. Staff is generally supportive of the design language of the new addition. However, as noted in our report, we do have some concerns. First, we want to commend the applicant for really working diligently to try and retain that courtyard plan, which is one of the very character-defining features of this particular site. So we are, very appreciative that they really worked hard to try and retain that. That is also partially the reason why all the variances are requested, because they're trying to work around the three buildings. They are proposing substantial demolition of the 3rd building where the new addition would go, but staff is generally supportive of the level of demolition because the primary features of that particular building are proposed to be retained and restored. Staff also believes that the siting of the new building adjacent to the boulevard at Lenox project is the best location to put an addition. Right now you have what is really just a 53-foot blank wall. In staff's opinion is not having a positive impact on the surrounding historic districts. So we are supportive of the general location and the architecture of the new building. Our biggest concern is with regard to the overall scale and massing of the building. We do believe this would be a much more appropriate and successful addition if an entire floor the building was able to be reduced by at least one floor. We do have some suggestions on how that could be done. One of the implications of that would be perhaps to expand on some of the variances that have been requested. We believe by pushing the new addition out to meet the setbacks of the existing buildings, which is 5 feet, also potentially eliminating the existing cutouts toward the center of the building and consolidating that building, that they would be able to potentially retain the room count. They are proposing 64 hotel units, and we do believe with some minor shifting of the massing, the height will be able to be lowered and the room count would likely be able to be at least very close to what they're proposing now. So we are recommending a continuance. Again, we are generally supportive of the variances because the variances are the minimum required in order to accommodate the existing contributing buildings and retain the courtyard plan. But we are asking the entire application to be continued so the architect can explore a way to reduce the height of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Scott, can you take this vote? I need a 2-minute break.
Sure. Okay, so we have the applicant that wants to give us their presentation.
Yes. So before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to ask any members of the applicant's team if who will be testifying, if they swear under oath that any and all testimony they'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, great. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Debbie. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Nikki Marrero from the law firm Burkhardt, Rodell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Joining me today is our project architect, Jennifer McConney. Together, we represent Fernandez Properties and its principal, Jose Fernandez, who was actually a member of this board many, many years ago. Mr. Fernandez has owned this property for quite some time and has been waiting for the opportunity to try and find really a special way to develop it. And when he went to Jennifer, they came up with this concept that would really pay homage to Henry Hohauser and do as best a job as possible in retaining the spirit and the existing structures on the site and restoring them. As Debbie noted, we felt that it's not just the buildings on the site that are special, the yard itself, is an absolutely special component and a contributing component of this historic property. And in our sort of charrettes in reaching a design, working with the architect, the idea was to try and keep the courtyard intact and maintain it, in its glory, and keep as much of the buildings as possible. And because of their siting, on the different edges of the site, we were able to completely maintain and restore 2 of the buildings in their entirety. And the idea was to demolish that 3rd building to make way for this new construction. In that process, Jennifer had the wonderful idea with our client to try and find a way to preserve as much of that 3rd building as possible, because it was the scale of that 3rd building and its relationship with the other buildings in the courtyard that really made the site special. So they were able to, at that point, what happened is we added that additional 7th story in order to retain the required unit count, but also preserve as much, and it ends up being about 30% of the facade of that 3rd building. So that's kind of where we ended up where we are. And it was also a challenge, as Debbie noted, to do so with the location of the buildings. So there are some variances that we've requested, and the hardship here is clear, as we're trying to preserve as much of the siding of those buildings while still constructing some new construction. So with that, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I want Jennifer to go through her design and her presentation. And of course, we will reserve some time for rebuttal if needed. Thank you so much. Jennifer?
Hi, everyone. Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. Can we bring up the presentation? So our site is shown in that blue turquoise color. And you can see we're in the CPS2 commercial district, where the height limit ranges from 50 feet to 75 feet for hotel developments, residential developments. To the west of us, I think there's some, much taller buildings that are going to be built in that location. And to the north of us, we have the RM2 Flamingo Park District. And just adjacent to us, we have the Boulevard at Lenox, which was just built with the Target in it. And then the parking structure is about 5 feet away from our project just to the south. And of course, we all know the 5th and Alton project, that the parking garage kind of flanks the Flamingo Park District on the south side. And that building is about 80 feet to its highest point. Next page. This is the site as it exists today. We have our site's kind of surrounded by parking structures right now. We have directly behind us again is the Target parking structure, which does have a very nice facade. It's blank, but it's a nice facade facing us. And then on the right side we have the Alton Road project. And you can see we wanted this view so you can really appreciate, the size of the courtyard and how those 3 buildings, the existing 3 buildings, kind of flank that courtyard. Next slide. These are some images we found from 1963. And the buildings really haven't changed much at all. Really, the only things that have changed, there's new windows, probably from around after Hurricane Andrew, and the roofing is different. There's no longer that Spanish tile. There's just probably some asphalt shingles up there, and the roofs are very flat. They're very low pitch. It almost looks like a flat roof when you're standing in the courtyard. Next page. These are images of what the project looks like today. As you can see, it's very similar. You just see that, there's developments coming up around it. What's really nice about this project is lifted up a little bit. So there's, these beautiful steps and ornamental details on the front entries. And those octagon windows that are still there, the only original windows that are left on the project. Next slide. These are some images of some of the close-up details. They're very simple buildings, but they have great details, like on the bottom right, the overlapping eyebrows and the concrete lattice and the aluminum ironwork that's there. Next page. These are images of the courtyard. These pictures, we tried to get better photographs, but it really doesn't do justice. It's a great space. It really hasn't changed much since 1938, and people really use the courtyard. The renters that are inhabiting those buildings right now, they all hang out there. Even during COVID, they were, in the back having a little barbecue, and they're sitting on the stoop. And I think it's a really great space. And it was very apparent when we got there, we cannot build anything in that courtyard. We really have to maintain it. Next slide. These are some other images of the surrounding neighborhood and how, there's different uses. There's churches, the parking structures, the kind of the taller buildings in the back, and then the lower scale buildings in the front. Next. These are elevations of the streets. Staff requires these drawings, and actually I think they're great. I love doing these. It really kind of shows you the scale of the neighborhood and how we're mixing with smaller scale buildings and larger scale buildings, and how we're kind of stepping down into that lower zoned area. And on the bottom left, you can see how we have that long facade of the new boulevard shops, which is very nicely designed. And what we created was basically a liner building. So Flamingo Park is not staring at another parking structure. We're able to put a usable use on that parking structure. And we were able to set back that building 58 feet from our front property line. So what you really experience is those two smaller scale buildings along 6th Street. Next slide. This is the site as it exists today. It's also the demolition site plan. You can see here, we are keeping the buildings 1 and 2 in their entirety. When we originally went to the site with Jose, the owner, we walked into the courtyard. We said we have to keep this. We have to keep this courtyard. It's so great. Our original discussions was maybe we could build something there, but that was completely that was off the list when we got there. So what we really wanted to do was push the building as far back as possible. So we're demoing as little as we can of those existing buildings. And so you can see on the bottom that shaded area is the area that we're keeping on building 3. And the reason we're asking for variances is because we're pushing that thin building, which is only about 30 feet wide, all the way to the south. Next slide. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, we're keeping the 2 buildings on the north. We're turning the building on the northwest, the ground floor, into a cafe. So we'll be able to enliven the courtyard with the cafe use. And then our front reception for the hotel will be directly straight ahead on the courtyard. And we'll use that existing entryway as the reception for the hotel. All of our back of house uses are going to be located along the alley. And we're proposing our loading spaces also along 6th Street. Because right now, the neighborhood actually has no loading at all on within like a 2 or 3 block radius. There's no loading spaces. So we're proposing 2 along the street. Next slide. This is our 2nd floor. As you can see, this is what Debbie was describing at the beginning, is our building 3, which is the southern building. We're maintaining it. And we've kept about 4 feet on either side of the building. So we're not taking the new structure and kind of smushing it, which is an architectural term, against the historic building. We've kind of give it a little buffer gap where the new building starts. So,
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's 10 minutes have expired.
Okay, I just need about 3 or 4 more minutes.
Scott,
I'll go faster.
Please continue to the end of this project because I missed too much to be able to judge right now. Thank you.
I'll add 3 minutes then.
Okay, thank you. So the 2nd floor, we've kept all the historic kept the residential uses at the second level as well on the historic buildings. Next slide. Once the building reaches the third floor, we've set back the structure over the historic building. So we wanted to give it some room and let it breathe and let it be able to flank the courtyard. So our building sets back, and that's probably one of the reasons we're a little bit taller. And we could have been shorter if we had just, been straight right on top of that historic building. But we did want to step back and create green roofs at that level. This is the same floor plan from 3 to 7. Next page. On the roof, we have all of our mechanical spaces, and we have a very small pool deck, which is more like a spa. It's about 15 by 15. It's very small, and there's about seating for about 6 or 7 people. Next slide. This is a view from Lenox. As you can see, our new structure there in the center is very, very, very thin. It's about 30 feet deep. And I think, and then we're able to set that building back so far, which is about 58 feet. Next slide. This is a view again of what it looks like today. Next slide. This is the proposed structure. It is wide on this side, but on the sides of the building, it's very thin. And again, we're set back from the front facade about 58 feet. And here you can see that we've been able to keep all 3 structures intact, at least in the third building, partially demolished on the south side. Next slide. This is a view of the courtyard. Again, we're proposing the name to be the Hohauser to commemorate the historic architect. It also sounds like a great boutique hotel. And when you're in this courtyard, you still see the 3 flanking historic buildings. Next slide. This is a section to show you how thin the building is. Next slide. This is an image taken from in the air, an aerial view. What this shows is how much smaller we are compared to the 6th Street, 5th and Alton project. That's a huge parking structure facing the Flamingo Park District, and we've been able to create something much smaller and much farther set back than what's there today. Next slide. This is another image. This shows again how large that 5th and Alton parking garage is and how we're just a liner on the backside of the target structure. Next slide. This is an image of the landscape plan. Our landscape architect, I'm sure he's listening and he's on the phone if we need him, but we're proposing all native landscaping, gumbo limbo in the center as a specimen tree, and then all the palms that are flanking the front tree. And this concludes our presentation.
Okay, Mr. Chairman or Vice Chairman, I'd just like to ask the board before we open the public hearing, if any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose regarding this application.
Yes. This application presented to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, and also I spoke with the applicant's attorney a couple of times, and I can remain impartial.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Would the board like to open the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nick. We do have one speaker, Daniel Seraldo.
Go ahead, Daniel. You're still under oath from before.
Okay. I'm going to try to do this. Can I have 3 minutes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hi. Yes. My name is Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. And I wanted to thank the applicant for meeting with our advocacy committee and reviewing the design of the project. We do continue kind of echoing a lot of what staff said, that we have concerns about the project that we think should be addressed before moving forward. We don't believe the proposed structure is compatible with the historic buildings, or that it could be more compatible. At present, the north facade of that parking structure tends to have some more compatibility, we think, with those historic buildings and this current proposed hotel addition. But if the hotel addition was reduced in size and presented maybe more masonry and less glass, we think it would be more compatible with the historic buildings on the site. We're also concerned about potential impacts of the hotel on the residential neighborhood. For example, just the introduction of balconies, where this addition is really facing north over all of the low-rise Flamingo Park Art Deco district that are mostly multifamily. And so we're not sure if this new introduction of balconies is sympathetic to the existing combination of historic buildings. And we look forward to more deliberation. And actually, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I see no other members of the public wishing to speak at this time, so you can close the public hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Jack, did you want to take over or do you want me to continue?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, very much. We want to close the, I'm sorry, what did you say, Debbie?
There are no other members of the public wishing to speak at this time, so you can close the public
We're going to close the public comment. Okay, moving on to owner rebuttal. Is there any owner rebuttal?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a couple of points, and I think Jennifer may want to expand on this a little bit. We understand staff's concerns about the scale, but we really felt that because of the limited depth of the property and the availability here, that one additional floor allowed a lot more flexibility with preserving the third building. And it just seemed like that was the better solution. By bringing the height down and bringing the massing further out into the property, it took away from some of the open space and potentially impacted the ability to preserve as much of that third building as possible. So that really was the thinking there. And I'd like Jennifer to speak a little bit about the balconies, because that was really something that we felt was a significant design element, and don't see it as something that's going to be a problem, but I'd like her to just address that quickly.
Sure. All of the balconies that are shown, and there's really, there's not a lot of them. I mean, it's not in every guest room. They're only 3 feet deep. And actually which is not a party balcony or a place you're going to hang out. I mean, I think that's really a balcony where you're just really there to kind of like open up the window. And if we need to make those a little bit less deeper, we're totally open to that. And also I want to mention the glass comment from Daniel is on the sides, the buildings are, have a less glass. In the middle, just above the historic building, we have more glass, and that's just to be kind of like a negative positive against the historic building. So the historic building has a lot of solid areas, and we made it a little more glassy above it just to make it stand out a little bit more. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comment, Debbie?
There's no members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, we're moving then to board discussion. Anybody would like to speak first? Rick.
Thanks, Jack. Hi, Jennifer. I'm so happy to see this project. I think that the scale is really nice. I love that you guys are working with the courtyard and with the existing structures. You know, Debbie's point about, you know, bringing it down a floor, I guess, you know, would be good too. I like a lot of things about this project. My only question was going to be about also, you know, the amount of glass or the character of the building from, I guess, the glass and the kind of extended vertical solid walls. it seems like the design could, it's like a section of a taller building, right? It has the character of a taller building. And as you say, it is in contrast to the Hochhauser structures, which definitely have more wall and less glass. And I just wonder if there might be an opportunity to make it work with a little bit less glass. And as I mentioned that, I wonder also if it wouldn't be helpful to the perceived scale of the building if every floor were not the same. In particular, like if the last floor were more open and the other floors were a little bit less so. I don't know. I think that sort of thing would help. But overall, I think it's great. I think it's really good to see the liner for the garage. It's up against this Flamingo Park district. It puts a nice face on it. It's doing a lot of really good things. So thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Who would like to speak next? Scott.
Yeah. When I first saw this, I mean, the thing that stood out the most to me was the height of the building. It's a rather tall building for this location. If you remember, when we looked at the Target building there, when it came to us, we had discussions over the height of that. I think they weren't major, but we talked a little bit about the height. This building is taller than that one. Not only is it taller, it's closer to the residential neighborhood. The whole idea, it seems like everything the city has been trying to do is to sort of make new development compatible with surrounding development. This seems to kind of go against all of that. Many years ago, there was new development coming on Alton Road on the east side, and the neighborhood was concerned about how that development would impact the low-scale historic buildings, next to Alton Road in the Flamingo Park neighborhood. And it was a long process, but we came up with an overlay district for Alton Road, which seeks to make new development again more compatible with the existing development. In other words, new buildings would come in, they'd be stepped down a little bit to sort of match. I don't want to say match, but just so you don't have something like what we're seeing here, where you have low-scale historic buildings, 1 or 2 stories, and then a large 7-story building right next to it. I think that's something that we should look at for 6th Street, because I could see this happening now along the southern border of the residential neighborhood. But again, going back to what I said initially, this building just stands out as being exceptionally large for that area, for that lot. Again, it is taller than the Target building, the Target garage building. And I just, as it is now, I can't see approving it. I honestly, I can't see approving it if it's taller than the existing building to the south. If it came down in height to lower than that, or at least no higher than that, it's something I can consider. But as it is now, I really can't. I just think it does a disservice to the neighborhood. It overpowers the 2 historic buildings on the site that are left on the site. Another thing, the balconies, I too had that concern with this being maybe a party hotel and a lot of noise. But I understand there's a need for balconies, and Jennifer did mention that they're only projecting 3 feet out, and if they can reduce that if possible, and I think that would help quite a bit as well. We do see a lot of buildings in town where there's really no balcony. You have sliders that are open, and right there is a railing. So maybe something like that would help to keep any kind of noise inside. So I think that's a something that could be looked at. One thing I do kind of like, even though they, I'll be honest here, they are demolishing the majority of that building in the rear of the lot. But when I look at the rendering on their cover sheet, it does kind of look like the building's still there. So I think the way they fit that into the project is nice, even though there is substantial demolition to that building. But again, going back to what I said, my main objection is the overall height, the size of the building. I just think it's just too big for this. I think it kind of contradicts everything that we've been trying to do in this city in making new development compatible with existing surrounding development. So with that, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Who would like to speak next? Nancy.
The last one. I love the three buildings and how they work with each other. I thought that was a very good design. And I know that it's a little higher. I don't know how much higher than the commercial building to the north. What is it? What is that?
The target is 53 feet.
And this, what is this?
This is, I think, just under feet. Yeah.
It's what? How much?
69 feet, just under 70 feet. 70 feet is the maximum permitted. And they're at 69. And the target is 53.
So would it help the situation if you could reduce the height a bit? I don't know what else it's hiding over there in the commercial area. I give the applicant credit for trying to do something nice for this neighborhood. It's limited in what it can do. And maybe my only suggestion is that they reduce the height a bit, not so everybody can see the height of the target, but bring it down maybe to the target height.
Are you done, Nancy?
Yep.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful. Anybody else? Barry?
Yeah, I have a comment or two. I wonder, I hear the board members and the staff about the height. The building, the new building comes off a little slender to me, so I'm not sure it's that major. But my concern is if they were to reduce a floor, how much more massing, how much wider this what appears to me as a backdrop now. So that would be my concern if it came down. I would like them to lose a floor. My concern is the effect of that. And then what the comments that Rick made, I thought were spot on about the lessening of the glass and, creating a top. Buildings at one time had a base, a middle, and a top. And I thought that could be a very positive direction for this building. But my major concern, and I would have liked to have seen something since this was a staff comment to the architect, and they seem to be, very sensitive to the neighborhood and to projects in their thinking. I would have appreciated some sort of simple massing of, we took staff's consideration, and this is where we think it's going. That would have been very helpful to me. As far as the balconies, I personally, I don't have a problem with the balconies. I guess maybe there's a fear, people having drinks and tossing them, or making noise and that sort of thing. Don't know that would make a difference if it was a balcony or just a slider with a rail in front of it. A 3-foot balcony is just a place to open up and sort of just step 1 foot out and see the view. And I don't have a problem with that overlooking the residential area. I think it'd be quite nice, actually. But those are my comments. I would like to see the glazing reduced and little accentuation at the top, and to know what this thing would look like, what this building would look like if it was made lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Kirk.
Yeah, so to echo a lot of what's been said, first of all, I think this is really nicely done in terms of what they saved of that one building, and the relationship between the original 3 buildings by keeping the courtyard. I think it's really important. And I also think it's nicely done the way that they've incorporated the new construction into the existing building. Sometimes we get a project where it just feels like it was chopped and one building's consuming the other. And I think this is really nicely done the way that they've allowed, particularly the corner features, to sort of remain. To a couple of points that I've already stated, I appreciate what Mr. Ciraldo stated regarding the balconies. The way these neighborhoods were constructed, I think there's a real beauty to the harmony that they create for the people that live in the apartment buildings. And I am somewhat concerned with, when you have 2-story residential buildings and then you build a bunch of balconies above the residents' heads, it's very easy for individuals to accumulate, to gather on the balconies and to hang out and talk and to keep the neighbors up at night. And I think it's great. You have a historic district of low-rise buildings, which opens up an opportunity for the higher building to have great views. And we see this all the time where, in new construction, they want to take advantage of that and open up the views. But I think, at the same time, we need to, I think it's our responsibility to remain cognizant of what the impacts will be on the harmony of existing neighborhood. And based on what Jennifer stated, I think if we can minimize the possibility of those being congregating areas, I don't have a problem with them opening up the window, stepping outside and looking. But when you start having individuals congregating, sitting down, smoking 2 packs of cigarettes and keeping the neighbors up all night, that's not fair. And it's to the detriment of the other individuals in the surrounding historic buildings. So if there is an opportunity to minimize the chance of that, I'm not as worried, obviously, with the areas of the newer building that are facing a garage, but where they are facing out into the historic neighborhood, I think it's important to keep that in mind. And lastly, actually 2 last points. I agreed with staff's recommendations. If there is an opportunity to reduce the height somewhat, I think it's great that they're not coming to us wishing to demolish that 3rd building and retaining it and doing it in a pretty tasteful way, I feel like. Nonetheless, the difference in height is extreme. And if there's a way of reducing that somewhat, I think that would be nice if it's possible without infringing on the nice things that they've done at the ground level, maintaining the courtyard and the compatibility with how the new construction interrelates with the contributing structures. One last point, and I'm very glad that Rick mentioned it. Just visually, I feel like, again, the contributing historic structures have a very horizontal, low slung appearance. And I think the vertical emphasis of the new tower accentuates that more than it even has to. And to tag on to what Rick mentioned, I feel like if they were possibly looked at accentuating the balconies and the horizontal feel, I think that may actually help them to complement the existing structures rather than compete with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Last but not least, Max.
Thank you. I'm interested as well to see what the design team could maybe come up with in response to staff's recommendation to explore reducing the height. My first impression was it was just very jarring, to see the rendering. But it's also not lost on me that there's a fair bit of height that the site is already dealing with from the existing building. And notwithstanding our discussions before, so I want to make sure I'm staying in my lane. So if this is out of bounds, please let me know too. But I'm thinking about that courtyard and how that was important to maintain. We're just interested in making sure that's still an amenity available to the residents, that are living there, that they wouldn't lose access to, the enhancement that looks like it's coming to that courtyard too. But if that's more of a use thing, I understand we may not be able to put our thumb on the scale there, but I think some sensitivity to the residents there as well, having access to the courtyard amenity that they enjoy now.
Thank you, Max. Nothing you could say would be out of line. You always bring fresh and interesting perspectives to almost everything. So you're going to be first. Now. Okay. It's my turn. I missed the beginning of the discussion, but I'm assuming, and if I'm wrong, please tell me, that this is all going to be under one ownership, correct, Debbie?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the current, yes. The current owner, I believe, has owned the building for quite many years.
Okay. Oh, first of all, I want to compliment the owner and the architect. I think they're proposing a magnificent, really, really good project. And I'm not opposed to the new building in any way, shape, or form. I wish it were a story or so shorter because it does loom over the historic buildings that I want to compliment again the owner. They seem to be in perfect condition. They're very important little buildings. And even though I hate façadomies, in this case, the third building does have, in my opinion, does have enough of its character to be acceptable. What I'd like to quickly bring up, I don't want to take time away from our schedule, but this is a perfect example of what I brought up in the past, which seemingly has no traction in Miami-Dade County. This would be a great example of the introduction of easements to building trade-offs. These three buildings, as they stand with the courtyard, are very important. And the scale is great. The condition is great. They should be maintained more or less in perpetuity, in my opinion. We are really in the dark ages as far as historic preservation is concerned in many ways. And this is a good example. There are height trade-offs. There are easements available that you could, an owner could guarantee to preserve in perpetuity. Some of the smaller buildings that we have in trade-off to build something behind that might be a little taller, but still by our own rules and regulations would be made to blend in. But we would be guaranteed that if there was a trade-off, that certain things would be protected. And I think everywhere else I've ever heard of in the North, they do this on a regular basis. And I don't know why we seem to don't pick up on that. I would ask in our last session today that I will add to the list to try to see why we can't bend our rules and regulations to include the possibility of easements to MDPL or the Miami-Dade Trust for our buildings, so we don't have to come back continually and worry about their preservation. That would be a wonderful tool to make sure that they're protected in the future. Those are my comments. I don't have any issue with the balconies and the details. I just wish they would cut off one floor, and that's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could have a few minutes to respond to those.
Sure, too.
And by the way, I want to thank you all because I think this has been a really, really great discussion. And I know Jennifer appreciates the comments and the praises as well. We're all very excited about this project, and we're happy that you all seem to really like it as well. To address some of the specific comments, as to the glass, I think we're comfortable exploring a further reduction of the amount of glass. You know, we heard that from some of you, and I think Jennifer is happy to take a look at that and work towards that goal. On the balconies, Mr. Chair, I know it's not a concern of yours, but I did hear it from several folks. We never wanted this to be a party hotel, and that's not how, what the balconies had in mind. But as Scott mentioned, to further, nip that in the bud, the balconies are about 3 feet in depth now. I think we'd be comfortable with bringing them down to 1 feet. No good parties happen at 1 feet. I don't think there's good 3 foot parties either, but I think at 1 feet, hopefully that gives those that were concerned a comfort level that it really is a design element that Jennifer thinks is important, but also would never really be used to create any nuisance at 1 foot. So hopefully that goes towards that concern. I really appreciate Barry's comments because that really was the struggle, balancing the height with this depth of the building and really going out of our way to make sure we preserved a significant and real portion of that third building. And it's based on the comments, it sounds like a lot of you caught on that and really liked that we did that. One thing, and again, I was texting with Jennifer during your comments, so it's not like our typical hearing where we're talking to each other, but I think we would be comfortable just exploring maybe having 7 feet where we are, 7 stories where we are now in the center portion of the building and stepping it down to 6 stories, on either side, the east and west side. That way it does bring the scale down, but we have a better job of capturing the units that we need without impacting the existing building and the portion of it we're trying to preserve. If anyone has comments on that, I think that might be where we'd like to end up. Those are just my responses. I think Jennifer may have some other thoughts on board comments.
Could you clarify because my concern was the massing. So right. I appreciate that, but does that mean the building gets bigger east to west?
Yeah, I think so what Debbie mentioned as a possible alternative was, try to reduce the height and then go a little bit wider, and which would mean we'd be asking for more variances or we'd be matching the setback of the existing buildings. So the building would get a little wider, but we would try, because I don't think we could fit all the units in if we just did that. I think we'd still need the units on either side, the units in the middle on the 7th floor. We would try to make it as thin, as short as possible, but I don't think we're going to get there with that. We had done those scenarios previously. The other thing we could do is not set back so much in the middle, which honestly, to me, I think I really like how we've done that and I would like to keep it. But if we were to turn those 2 units that are sideways, going up the building, if they were to go straight north-south, we would be able to fit 3 there. That would also help. So there would be less of a setback on top of the historic building. But I think you're going to notice that it's going to look more like a facadectomy, as the chairman said. But yeah, I think it'd be best to kind of do both, is keep it 7 stories in the middle and then ask for a little bit more of a variance on the sides, but not too much.
And I think
I'm sorry, but is that pushing it about 7.5 feet? Is that where you would think? Is that what the setback is?
I think the building will grow probably in width. I'm just guessing here, but probably an additional 10 feet or so. Total, yeah, 10 to 12 feet total.
Okay. Anything is 14. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully, we'd explore that with a combination of the reduction in the depth of the balconies, which I know was some of the concern with the height as well. And maybe we can get to a point where it's a nice compromise. One other item I want to address, Max's comment about the retention of the courtyard for the enjoyment of the residents. So the idea is that's going to be a cafe with some cafe seating. That's certainly open to the public and the neighborhood, and it would be encouraged, not just for the guests of the hotel. And that courtyard is still an open courtyard. It's a public amenity, so it wouldn't be you wouldn't be closed off from there. So just to address his question.
I want to jump in. I mean, Barry, you talked about, you wanted to see if they lower the building, what would be the consequence and where would get larger. Well, keep in mind, it doesn't have to get larger. They could always take a floor off and call it a day and leave everything like it is. When they say it has to get larger, it gets into, financial issues where they're saying they have to have so many square feet or so many hotel rooms. And that's something we're always told we can't consider or we should not consider when looking at a project. So with that said, I talked about the overall massing and the height. Mickey mentioned one thing, like if they were to leave it in the middle at 7 feet, maybe cut down the sides. When he mentioned that, I looked at it. That may be a solution, but I'm anticipating what they may do. And okay, well, we're going to take the top floor off, only bring it in 20 feet from either end. I don't think that would cut it for me. But if they did some kind of substantial, setback, maybe, the top floor, I don't want to say 50%, but maybe 50%, and then the next floor down, 30% or something like that. That may work for me. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I mean, I assume they're going to lose some square footage, or maybe they can make it up by making the building a little bit wider, which I don't think is a bad thing if they moved it to the north a little bit, wider to the north. I just, just to reiterate what I said before, again, if they take off a floor, they don't have to add it somewhere. So I just want the board to consider that. But I am open, it's just when I look at it, it just looks like a massive building for that lot for the neighborhood. But there are some things they could do to correct that. And I am open to that. Like I said, I'm actually open to maybe leaving the 7 stories in the middle, but that's what would be with some kind of substantial step back on the east and west facades.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Comments? Questions?
I just hope they don't come back with a very wide building.
Yes.
That's my concern.
I agree with you. Okay. Any other comments? I'll say, Debbie, we need to then formulate a motion to continue, I guess.
Correct. And I would recommend a continuance to the January 12th meeting so we can have time to sit with the applicant.
That would be good. That's good, Debbie. We would need some time to sit with you and explore some of the comments, and I think January will work for us. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll move
Make that motion.
Okay, Barry makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Rick? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the application was continued to January 12th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 more applications and then 2 discussion items. Do the board members need a quick break? I think we're moving, we only have 1 more regular application and then discussion items. Sorry about that. We're moving at a pretty good pace this morning. So let me know if you would like a break, or if you want to try to get through the 700 Lincoln Road project and then maybe have a break after that.
Yeah, 700 Lincoln.
I see nodding. Okay, perfect. So we'll keep moving. The next application is HPB file 20-0433. This is 700 Lincoln Road. Oh, excuse me. I think I skipped over the Fontainebleau.
Right.
That's okay.
So I apologize to 700 Lincoln Road. We'll hear the Fontainebleau application, which is HPB file 20-0378. This is 4360 and 4370 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new 5-story building to replace the existing surface parking lot and pedestrian bridge over 44th Street. They're also requesting variances for the front street side, interior side, and some of the side yard setbacks for subterranean, pedestal, and tower setbacks to reduce the residential or commercial use required along streets when providing parking at the ground level, and to reduce the required setback for the columns in the drive aisle. This application was presented to the board at the October meeting. Since that time, the applicant has not submitted revised plans. However, they did approach staff with a concept specific to the active use requirement. So that was one of the board's and staff's major concerns with the project that was reviewed, is the lack of that activated space lining the parking areas. So the applicant approached staff with a concept. I believe they have reached out to each of you individually with a video link. And basically, I believe, and I don't want to speak for them, they are going to present the concept to you today to see, what your feelings are, and if they should continue with the concept and come back and present it formally to you as part of the request, or if you want them to go in a different direction. So I believe Mickey Marrero and Don Wolf will be presenting on behalf of the Fontainebleau. Staff is still recommending that this be continued.
That is correct. And you thought you'd gotten rid of me, but I'm back immediately. So thank you all for your patience. So yes, as to what Debbie said, we were here last month, and it was a very warm reception for the project. We got a lot of great comments, and there's a lot to this application, and I think the vast majority of it was well received. We got a lot of constructive comments from the board. I think the main comment that we got, and as Debbie noted, the main theme of your concerns was the level of activation and some of the treatment of those 4 facades, really 3 facades. So what we had done, just to refresh everyone's memory, and I'll pass this to Don quickly so he has enough time, but what we had done was created these outdoor terraces that were going to be used really as commercial spaces in conjunction with the ballroom and convention center space. They were going to be programmed, named, landscaped, really something unique that we added to this concept. When we heard your comments, we were dealing with how do we activate these buildings further without taking away from the parking that we know that we need, without taking away from the internalized loading. Because again, we really brought all the loading activity and all the large trucks into the property, so it wouldn't have an impact on Indian Creek or Collins Avenue. So we didn't want to impact that. Wanted to make sure we have enough parking to accommodate all of the employees that need to park there, as we agreed to with the planning board, and also make sure we had usable and sizable ballroom and convention center space, conference center space. So what we came up with, and really I credit Don Wolf and his team, because they've done something similar at the Coral Gables Historical Museum, is this unique concept where they could bring a pedestrian or a guest of the hotel or someone that is interested in this type of stuff, and hopefully it's a lot of folks, to a sort of voyage around the property and experience these kiosks and different spaces that would teach you and enhance the historic district itself, and Fontainebleau, some of what went on there, and the architecture. This is something that I don't know if you all got a chance to see it. I sent you all a link with a video because we aren't able technologically to show that video today, but it does go hand in hand with what Don's going to speak about. So with that, I'd like to pass it to Don so he can talk about the concept and how it would work, and on some of the physical changes that we are making to the building in addition to this interactive concept. So with that, Don, if you could jump in.
Thank you, Mickey, and good afternoon, board members.
Hi, Don. I'm sorry. Before you continue, I'd just like to swear you in.
Okay.
So, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You can continue.
Great. Could you please bring up the presentation? Okay. What I'd like to do is just do a very quick recap of where our site is. Basically, the image to the right shows the campus of the Fontainebleau, and our site is directly to the right of that, surrounded by Collins, Indian Creek, and 44th Street. Next slide, please. Okay, this basically shows our site, which is going to be a 4-story conference center, accessed from the 36-story tower podium, bridging across 44th Street. It basically sits between Collins and Indian Creek Drive and 44th Street. Those are highly traffic-ridden roads, and the podium at the Fontainebleau Tresor Tower is currently a loading dock. The projects to the east are hotels, 7, 8, 9 stories, and to the west we have an open Indian Creek and Collins Avenue and the waterway. Next slide, please. Guests will access the center through the proposed elevators and stairs on the upper left-hand corner of the image through the 4th level of the garage, which will be a new gallery experience, and then across 44th Street into the 3rd level of the new proposed conference center. Within this project, we are going to have all the loading, all the kitchen, meeting rooms and ballrooms, and servicing. Next slide, please. At the upper level, a grand ballroom of about 16,000 square feet, pre-assembly space. And then above that to the right, we'll have a roof deck with about 5,000 square feet of assembly space. Next slide, please. The level below the bridge, which will be accessed with passenger elevators and decorative stair elements, we have a junior ballroom, restrooms, and more meeting rooms. And the next slide, please. So those meeting rooms that I just mentioned will be accessing terraces at the ground floor. And those terraces will be basically screening and activating the edges of the project at this level. As Mickey mentioned, we have a lot of challenges at this level because we want this to be a self-efficient conference center here. We are bringing in tractor trailer trucks. We have 2 levels of below grade parking we want to access at this level. We have mechanical chiller plants, generators, vaults, all those things that need to run this project. We also have very large stairs, coming down from the high population of ballroom guests that have to come down to the ground floor and exit. We have entry points off of Indian Creek for the trucks and cars coming in, and the maneuverability of these trucks is allowed to happen inside the building, which is obviously beneficial to the pedestrians and the surrounding neighbors, and exiting out of Collins Avenue and then turning left on Collins Avenue and getting out to Collins and Indian Creek via 44th Street. So there's a lot of challenges to really activate, this ground level. And by introducing these assembly spaces, which can be activated by the actual conference center guests, they can serve as assembly spaces, actually rented out by the hotel. They're going to have actual names to them. And we think it's a significant activity to be brought to the sidewalk here. A lot of the hotels up and down Collins Avenue have porches in front of them, similar to what you see here. And stairs will access directly up into the pre-assembly and ballroom spaces from those terraces. But we heard loud and clear that wasn't, that the board wanted to see more. So what we're trying to present here is within this historic district of Morris Lapidus. What a perfect opportunity to bring in an outdoor exhibit, pedestrian, activated, interactive with the pedestrian, and then the public realm with the use of augmented reality technology could bring a lot of the historic significance of the Fontainebleau Hotel, and not just the Fontainebleau Hotel, but also the entire district itself. I mean, there's a 90-page document that the planning department put together, basically discussing all the architecture, all the owners, a lot of the stories behind what went on at the Fontainebleau. This technology can be used by the typical pedestrian with their handheld, either iPhone or iPad. And we see this happening around the three sides of the building, Collins, 44th Street, and Indian Creek, amongst the shade trees and the landscaping. What I don't know if you guys all saw the video, but the way we would work this conceptually was we would have an information kiosk at the lower left-hand corner of the site. Guests would arrive there and be a quick lesson on how to download an app, and how to do that, and then how to basically link into these trigger images, which are basically architectural and landscape, hardscape components, which can be inlaid to the actual sidewalk itself. If you look at some of the keyed-in reference numbers, one idea was to maybe bring in some of the iconic bow tie imagery or items with some stone or dates on them. Person could activate their phone, and then images and videos would pop up of historic moments or potential concerts. You can take your iPhone with the app, point it at one of the terraces, outdoor terraces, and a concert would pop up. Could you please go to the next slide? So there's this would be this total interaction with the technology of augmented reality. We were discussing, by the time this project gets built in the next couple of years, the technology would be so advanced that there'd be opportunities just by your location alone. You could possibly even bring back to life the mural, which was demolished back in, or actually created back in the 1970s across the street at the Fontainebleau, which has now been opened up to the view of the Morris Lapidus building. But the edges of this building, through the use of mosaic tile, through the use of potential sculptures and other triggering images, could be adapted and programmed to bring this history of the 20th century historic district to life. These trigger images could be reprogrammed based on seasonal activities. It could be tied into the touring events of the Art Deco and the mid-century modern districts. And of course, being adjacent to the Fontainebleau, probably the most iconic hotel on South Beach, what a perfect opportunity, for this type of interactive public realm experience to occur. Next slide, please. Here's a couple of examples of an inlaid bow tie with the date of 1954 when the Fontainebleau was built. And then I really wish we had the video here to kind of show the public, what we were thinking of. But again, it's bringing an overlay to architectural site components, which add a layer of virtual history with video and sound, which I think could really be an event here unlike any other within the area. And what a great teaching tool for the touring public. Next slide, please. Along the facades, we could use again the areas and terraces. We can place within the framework of the diamond patterns some recessed graphics components similar to QR codes that you use on on visualizing menus at restaurants. The actual mosaic patterns within the terraces could be unique enough to trigger whatever overlay you'd like to present. Next slide, please. And again, on the north facade underneath the bridge, there's opportunities, even with the louvering that we're going to be providing for the mechanical systems. That unique pattern there could trigger its own unique image of a James Bond film, if you will. So there's a lot of different opportunities with this technology just to bring the building edges alive for the pedestrian realm. Next slide, please. So this is really the last slide we showed last time. That without this technology, these terraces are still activated, but to further enhance, the public edge here, we feel this fun edutainment technology could really bring something very new and exciting to the district. That concludes the presentation.
Very, very interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So just quickly to conclude, for just 1 minute, I know it's a little bit unique, but we think it's a pretty exciting way to engage the public beyond what was already provided. I think that was, in general, a lot of the direction was how can you further bring the public in? So it's a combination of these enhanced spaces, which were modified to include what we're calling a Morris Lapidus Terrace, which invites people to come and learn and see a sculpture of Mr. Lapidus, the kiosk. It's all kind of works together to provide something that really hasn't been done on the beach, which we're very excited about. We think it'll be an amenity for our guests. We think it'll be an amenity for the public. So we hope you have an open mind, and we'd love to hear your comments to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickey. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not see any members of the public wishing to speak at this time, so you can open to board comment.
Okay. Open to board comment. Who would like to go first? Barry.
Okay. I just saw the video, or most of it. I think it's interesting. First thing that popped in my mind was, I guess it's something that has to be curated, ever changing. Second thing that popped into my mind was advertising. And you kind of hit on that when you said QR codes like at a restaurant. Could this be, are we going to see the lunch specials at the Fontainebleau or around the corner? Are we going to see the room rates?
Why not?
It's not an architectural feature. It's a, I'm not sure. It's an interesting concept. And I would like to encourage it. But as a solution, I'm not, I guess, is that you're proposing this is a solution to activate. So I'm not so sure, but I would think if this were to go forward, that there would have to be some caveat on, how this is curated and what the content is limited to.
If I could respond to that briefly.
Yeah.
But we did talk about that, and I think the idea would be something, whether it be curated with staff approval. Obviously, we wouldn't have the ability just to put in all advertising, and it wouldn't be advertising. The idea is for this not to be advertising for the hotel or anybody else. The idea is for it to be educational. So perhaps it could be in cooperation with MDPL, that this could be curated and modified over time, or with staff approval on the content, like sometimes it happens with signage or signage copy. So absolutely, that's something we talked about, and that's a detail I think we can work out later, but it would absolutely not be, billboard advertising replacing the educational component. This is to be educational, and to the extent that it's an advertisement of the district as an education, not of menu items or prices or sale prices on guest rooms or any of that. So yeah, we will be curating it with the help of staff, MDPL, or some combination of whoever wants to work with us on that.
Thank you for that clarification, Mickey. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll jump in, and just for disclosure, I did speak with Mickey on this. Mickey, when we spoke about this, you did say you were going to do this in conjunction with some physical modifications to those areas that we talked about. So, I mean, like Barry said, it's an interesting idea. I'd like to see it, and it come to fruition, but I don't think it's the solution to what we to our concern. So I would encourage you to continue to explore this, but I definitely would like to see some kind of physical change to those facades on the ground level.
Can I add to that? Because my thought was kind of a question version of what Scott just mentioned, and maybe it's more for city staff, but was the intention here, which I think it's interesting, but is it that this would remove the need for the active use variance? This would be the activation, or is this a concept that's in conjunction with something else?
That's a great question. I don't believe this would remove the requirement because, again, we would also, to Mr. Needleman's comments, be requiring some sort of physical construction for the active use areas. But it could certainly help mitigate the variance request, in my opinion, because they are, providing what would really be, I think, kind of an exciting opportunity for residents and tourists. We would have to look closely. We're kind of seeing it as the first time as you all are, so we don't have really details of exactly what they're proposing. But it seems unlikely that it would eliminate their variance request completely.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks.
Anyone else want to make a comment from the board?
I will.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I just want to emphasize staff already included this comment in their report, and I agree with it. I'm not sure. I mean, again, same discussion we've been having. I feel like we're talking about a virtual substitution for activation. And I just want to emphasize the north side of 44th Street, which staff mentioned in their report. I mean, it's so the opposite of activated that it's almost a humiliating place to walk. I mean, it really feels like an industrial zone where a pedestrian is not welcome. And I'm just a little skeptical. I mean, I understand staff's comments that a parking lot certainly does not contribute greatly to to nurturing public vibrant spaces. But I don't want to end up with another dead zone. I think, we have an opportunity. I think the applicant has an opportunity to make up for that industrial feeling space with the fire hose hookups and valet parking. And there's nothing there that a pedestrian would want to see to really do something here. And I'm eager to see taking advantage of that opportunity and doing something great. And I think the green spaces that are involved in this project are good. I think they're a good start. And I agreed with staff's recommendation that in terms of actual activation, I would like to see more. I think the idea of virtual installations are fine, but if you go up around the corner where Soho Beach House is, and there's more of a vibrant public feel there. I'd like to make this a corner where you don't regret that you actually walked around the corner, end up walking from a vibrant streetscape to again what feels really like a service area. I think we have an opportunity to fix that, and I hope that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. I agree with you 100%. Anyone else have a comment? Rick?
Yeah, I had understood this previously. Maybe I misunderstood that these terraces were really for people attending functions in the building and less so for pedestrians. Am I clear now in that these spaces are in fact accessible from the sidewalk and open for passerby to step in, take a break from walking, or go in the shade? What is that like? Because I know the idea is to keep these busy and programmed all the time, but presumably there's going to be a lot of downtime, and these terraces, it would be unfortunate if they were just like empty and unusable and inaccessible.
So I'll respond and I'll let Don expand. But so there are portions of them which are, and by the way, our operational team does feel that these are going to be used quite a lot. They've talked about it internally, and there's an excitement for these spaces. So some of the areas are really for used for events and for conferences and things of that nature. However, what we've done with this enhancement from the last month is there are parts of these terraces that have been expanded to be open to the public. There's on the southwestern edge of the property facing Indian Creek, there's a Morris Lapidus, we're calling it the Morris Lapidus Terrace. It's a working name, but it's going to have potentially a statue, and it invites the public in, and it's a space beyond the other spaces. There's some niches throughout these spaces where you come in and see the bow tie and the mosaics, which again stand on their own, but can be further enhanced by the virtual reality, augmented reality components. So it's not just the technology, there's more to it. The kiosk obviously is an enhancement that not only does it teach you how to use it, but also have information and programming of its own. But Don, if you want to further add on some of the use of the spaces, I'd like you to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said before, the challenge with the edges of the project here at the public realm is basically what we've had to bring inside this building to make it a successful conference center for the Fontainebleau. Our mechanical equipment, parking access, the loading requirements. So to try to bring any transparency or glass, or spandrel, to the outside of the building at the ground floor, I just think, there's a better way to do it, and we felt that, with this technology, again, which can be reprogrammed, this building can become, or the public realm at this building can become a destination. It can be advertised, what's going to be, displayed, at this location at the Fontainebleau Conference Center. It can be seasonal. It could be, I think the accessibility of these terraces, obviously they want to be controlled by ownership, by the Fontainebleau. Obviously, if there's an event that Fontainebleau wishes to allow the public to take part in, then Fontainebleau can advertise that and work with the public that way. But we wanted something that, if for some reason those terraces are not activated, but we feel they will be, as Mickey mentioned, because, these conferences that the Fontainebleau has, will last a lot longer than any retail shop that will open and close, open at 9 and close at 6. These assembly and pre-assembly spaces will be activated, from 9 o'clock in the morning through into the evening. So it's enhancing the public realm with activation, with interactivity, not just putting a retail storefront that will suffer probably because of the amount of traffic that surrounds the project, and there's really no linkage to retail down Collins or Indian Creek. From this block, you just basically have rental car shops, and which is basically nothing. So you come to the end of this promontory. So we have something really cool, this kind of oasis, this landscaped environment. Now we've enhanced it with this really cool edutainment technology. I think the potential is more than when you really start thinking about what it could be, it's pretty exciting. And where else would you want something like this if it were to be outdoors in a COVID environment than here at the Fontainebleau? The trigger images, which could be placed on the architecture or within the architecture, could be artistic. We could work with artisans, to create some really cool stuff that are happening within the framework of the diagonal mid-century modern patterning we brought to this building. We don't want to just slice, the building at some point, 10 feet above the ground and then it becomes something completely different. We wanted to integrate those large masses that come down to the ground level and then emerge into the landscaping. And then within that framework, we can do whatever we want with these trigger images. We could work with staff, we could work with HPB, come back to you guys and showing some three-dimensional graffiti or some standoff placards which relate to the architecture of the building. But it could be very cool, to do some real fun, visual, exciting technology along with the artistic footprint where it meets in with the landscaping and the hardscape.
Okay, thank you very much, Donald. Does anybody on the board have any further comment? Hearing none.
Oh wait, Jack.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to hit my mute button. This goes to the design. I just wanted to ask for a little clarification on, because I like the design of the structure. I'm a little concerned about the glass because, with anything in the Morris Lapidus district, I mean, it's not characteristic of mid-century modern to have dark glass. And the plans where you mentioned smoky glass, I don't know what that means in terms of darkness. I'm worried about it being really dark and detracting from the feel of the neighborhood. Is anyone able to clarify?
Kirk, I asked last time that it be a lighter, like a sky or sea blue, so it would be more tropical and not as oppressive as a dark glass. Perfect. I don't know if they've agreed to that. One of the slides I saw showed it as blue, but that doesn't mean anything as we've learned before.
Can we get confirmation?
We have some images to show you guys of the project with a bluish glass. If towards the end of the entire presentation, page 8, it's about 8 pages. It's about 4 pages from the end of the presentation. The last 4 pages of the. Keep going. Next slide. Okay, all the way through to the end of this. This was the original presentation, but we've added some renderings. Okay, go back. Okay, so now you see this is with a bluish tint. Next slide. And again, we wanted to add a little bit. We really. We were talking about this in-house, and we feel that it ties it back to the main campus, to the project across to the Fontainebleau across 44th Street. We have no problem, going this route. The reflectivity is very nice, and we'd like to get comments from the board now that we were able to bring some blue glass to the presentation. Next slide. So here you see it with a bluish tint. So it brings it. I agree. I mean, when we were looking at it with the darker glass, I think what was inspiring us at the time was the black and white iconic floor of the Fontainebleau itself, and the fact that this is a conference center. Tuxedos, black and white tuxedos. But then when we started experimenting with the blues, it really brings it into context with the South Florida climate and the light and the reflective nature of the faceted glass. So we definitely feel this could work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jack, you're muted. Jack, you're muted.
Okay, Debbie, sorry. Can we have a motion to continue this and work with the staff to resolve these issues?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And is there some general direction to the applicant to? I think what I heard was that you want them to still work on physical changes in order to activate those spaces, but you're open to this virtual reality as a component of that, but not just substituting active use for this virtual component. Did I get a general direction for the applicant? I believe so. Okay, I see everyone. So I would ask for a continuance. I'm not sure. The applicant, I would probably recommend at this point, because I have not seen any actual drawings of what they're proposing, to the January meeting, Mickey. I don't know if you could have something for the December meeting.
Well,
but I would probably feel more comfortable with this going to the January 12th meeting.
Yeah, let me just jump in. Sorry, I was trying to get a word. Jack was speaking, and I think I got muted somehow. But I just wanted to make one final point, just to emphasize that really we have a lot of things, a lot of factors that got us to where we are. We went through great lengths to internalize all of the loading, which loading is something that we haven't talked about much today. But these trucks that are going to service this facility, they're big trucks, and if they were backed up into Indian Creek or Collins Avenue, I think that would be a really negative impact on any pedestrian enjoyment or any public enjoyment of the site. So we've internalized all of that. I mean, the trucks are going to be able to fully go in, fully load without having any impact on the roadways, which I think is a big thing we've been able to achieve. As far as resiliency, we're agreeing with staff on the cistern and the creating that basement component, which goes a long way to address the resiliency. We're having a very positive impact on the heat island effect by removing the asphalt. So there's a lot of things that we've done that got us to where we are. To the extent that there's some physical changes, I would hope to get some clarity. I mean, are these facade changes that we're looking at? Because if we're taking away from the space and cutting into the space, that's going to trigger less parking and cause us a problem. We've already, I know it was a big concern and talked about last month on the employee parking. We've gone back to operations and absolutely confirmed that even with the employees, which is really not that many needed for this building, because there's a lot of staffing, we will absolutely not be subsidizing any more of the city parking. With the parking that exists in the Fontainebleau main campus and the additional parking provided here, we're going to completely address our employee parking needs. But again, if we were cut into that space and we lose parking spaces, it takes away from that. And we wanted, to make sure that the conference and ballroom spaces that we do have in this building are really good spaces and are usable. So it's all these factors. So if we can get some more clarity as to the type of facade changes, I mean, things to make the facade itself more attractive, I think we can do. And I think Don can speak to if he can have some revisions ready for Monday. Another thing I didn't mention, we added a bike rack on that north side. Wasn't there before, and the bike rack is further inviting to the pedestrian to bring people to the site that aren't, guests of the hotel necessarily or anything, but making the site itself something that's an attraction. The bike rack will encourage folks to take their bikes and get to the site. So again, just want to mention some of the things that weren't mentioned before. And if Don wants to speak to, real quickly to any of those changes, and if you're able to get staff something at the very least by Monday, so we could be on the December agenda.
I guess a little direction I would ask in terms of what you guys feel. I mean, in working hand in hand with this technology. I mean, obviously we could begin to design, some panelization at the lower levels that create more artistically architectural elements that could work hand in hand with the technology. We've added an additional terrace to bring the pedestrians in, integrating it with the landscape and hardscape, because we feel this is could be a destination. The bicycle rack, as Mickey mentioned, obviously all these things begin to bring people and activate. As Mickey mentioned, to start bringing in, retail or offices or any kind of glazing and occupiable space, within the ground level is going to hurt us from an operational standpoint. I think if you would allow us to explore, a more, artistic realm at the ground floor, and how to integrate that with the geometries of the architecture. Just trying to get some feedback on what.
I understand. I think your artistic and your high-tech solutions are very well thought out. One thing you don't need is commercial or any storefront, anything, because it's all dead. Anywhere the new buildings are being built with that, they're empty. And with COVID, et cetera, it's going to remain empty for a long time. We don't need that. We need something exciting and new and cutting edge to bring people and make that area interesting. What it is, you're the experts. I don't think we are, but it can't be something pedestrian that we've seen before. It needs to be something that's exciting and will keep people occupied and interested.
That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. That it needs to speak
for everybody, but that's my idea.
No, I understand, but I appreciate your comment. And that we can continue down the path of something that is other than retail, other than office, and then continue to create an exciting edge to this building.
Who else has comment? We need to move on.
I would add one thing, which is, well, I think it's very interesting, the proposal to use an AR component. I do believe in it. I think it's a very good proposal. I also know that as with all new technologies, they're exciting at first, and then after some time they fade. So given the age of the city and the way that cities react over time, if there was some other physical component that embellished the public space, I don't know if it's a public fountain, blue fountains, sculpture. I mean, if there was something else that said to the public, this is your city, this is a place for you, stop, fill your water bottle here and learn about Miami Beach. That's, I think that would help. That would help.
I mean, Jack, can I interject here?
Sure.
So, I'd like to see something that, again, from what I'm seeing, you have a wall to the north, a wall to the south, and now a walkway going over your head when you're on 44th Street. And I'd like to see a physical attraction. If somebody is walking through that way incidentally, a lot of people are going to be on their way somewhere else and may not be up for a virtual experience. I'd like them to have a pleasurable walking experience. Again, to what Rick said, whether it's a fountain, whether it's artwork, I'd love there to have been a payoff for them having walked down that street. And I personally would prefer it to be something physical that could be experienced rather than having to have planned to participate in a virtual experience. And something that could actually...
Any opportunity... I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
I just wonder if there's any opportunity to have sort of a private-public collaboration, if something could happen, if the Fontainebleau, the designers could do something, I hate to say it, on the city property as an enhancement to lighten the, maybe a benefit to the city, also a benefit to themselves. I don't know if that opens a Pandora box or, what that does, but it just seems to be an opportunity there. That seems to be our major issue. Yeah, we have a building with a big wall, but we also have this sea of cars going by, and that's not real pleasant. So I just throw it out there. I don't know what it is, but I throw it out there.
Maybe we could have a combination of both, because I fully agree with what Rick said, that these things could be passing. What's good now for 5-6 years may be not of interest to people in the future. And fountains and statues and things and art, solid physical things, are always of interest. And something that's not offensive to anybody in today's world. but that may be the route to go.
We do have that. I just want to, and I know you want to conclude, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. We do have some of that already. Maybe it's a matter of bringing more in, but we're calling it the Lapidus Terrace, which is something we've added, which will have a statue. It may have some sort of water component, but it's certainly going to have a statue. So that's along the lines of what we've done. Maybe we add another space like that on the north side if we can. But we are going in that direction, and we have added some of those physical spaces because we know we need to do a little bit more than just, the virtual stuff.
Right. Well, that sounds good to me. Anybody?
I just have one more comment. And you're right. Technology, changes so fast, and how do you keep this thing how do you keep this interesting, for years to come? And obviously, you want to create flexible spaces that can evolve over time as technology changes and as the market changes. So creating these terraces, the Lapidus Terrace, creating the bicycle racks, creating, this, if you will, a linear proscenium, around this project that can be recurated over time. And to me, it is a benefit for the city. It is totally a benefit for the district. And to the public. And we can explore those opportunities. In the future.
Okay. Can we have a motion so we can move on, please?
I'll move to continue it. What are we doing, January?
I would recommend the January 12th meeting.
All right. So I move to continue the item to January 12th.
I'll second that.
Rick?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passed. Can we take a 20-minute break now, Debbie?
Can we do, we could do 20 minutes. So back at 1, can we come 1:40?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. And then in 1:40, we will do 700 Lincoln.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the HPB for November the 10th, 2020. We have one more new application for 700 Lincoln Road, and then many discussion items. So Debbie, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the next application is HPB file 20-0433, 700 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a variance for the required interior distance from the storefront to install a television displaying images in a commercial retail store. This is a variance from section 138-5, which is part of the city signage ordinance. This section requires that any television or similar digital screen that displays image of any kind is not permitted within the first 10 feet of a storefront. So the current request is for a variance to place a monitor approximately 1 foot 2 inches from the storefront. This is an application that was brought by the tenant. As you will recall, a few months ago, we did review exterior modifications for the building owner. That was an owner-driven application, and we were very pleased that the owner is proposing, while some minor changes, they are also proposing a significant amount of exterior restoration of the building. As outlined in our report, staff does not believe that the applicant has met the technical hardship criteria. We do not believe they have proven the burden of hardship. So we are not recommending that the board approve this variance. However, I think it is somewhat important to note that the only signage that's proposed for the Lincoln Road sign is actually at the corner. And we discussed this with both the owner and the tenant, that they would really like to introduce a sign at that corner element because that's where the historic sign is. And there's images of that in the materials that were submitted to you. And we're really happy to see that the Amazon sign is going to go where historically there was a sign. However, that's a very tricky area in terms of visibility. It's hard to see any corner signage on that visibility, and I think the applicant may speak more to how that factored into their decision to request a variance for the Lincoln Road television monitor. Again, I think our recommendation is very clear. I see Michael Belush has also joined us here, so if you have any technical questions, feel free. Michael or I would be happy to answer those for you. And I believe Lori from Amazon is going to give a brief presentation this morning.
Great. Welcome, thanks. Lori.
This afternoon.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hi, Lori. Before you begin, I'd just like to swear you in. Of course. So do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Good morning, or I'm sorry, it's good afternoon for you guys. I am in Seattle. I am so grateful for this virtual meeting. It saves a lot of time on my end and probably on yours. But good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This seems like a minor issue in comparison to the previous agenda items, but it is still very critical to Amazon retail business. So I'm glad that we have this time to discuss it. Again, my name is Lori Rusin. I'm a senior store designer at Amazon, and I am the applicant representative. We are requesting approval for the variance to section 138-5, as Debbie mentioned, restricting the installation of visual display monitors within 10 feet of storefront glazing. At the 700 Lincoln Road building, actually, can we start the slideshow? There we go, presentation. Thank you. Perfect. So at the 700 Lincoln Road building, which you are all very familiar with, Amazon plans to open a 4-star retail store. And we are located on the corner of Lincoln Road and Euclid Avenue. And as you know, this building was designed by Lawrence Murray Dixon in 1938, and its facade is incredibly valuable to the unique retail experience at Lincoln Road. Okay, next slide, please. To prioritize the importance of the exterior facade, as you can see, we've noted our signage locations, and the most prominent signage will be located in that historic location along the curved facade. Also, the most prominent, that prominent location on the corner will remain open visually, so no signage or display will be in the rounded corner glazing there. So that remains open to view for customers at Lincoln Road, and then also customers within the location, within the store. These design decisions regarding signage and interior display have not just limited, but eliminated critical exposure to main customer traffic along the corridor of Lincoln Road. And so, you know, reviewing our application, I know that we stated that this was a hardship, but it seems like this might be more of a practical difficulty for a retail business location in that it reduces it produces an economic hardship on us. For this, we are seeking approval to place the marketing monitor within 10 feet from the storefront. Okay, next slide. These are just photos. The next few slides are photos to reorient you to the location. In the lower right-hand corner is that prominent corner open facade. The upper two images are along Euclid Avenue, the longer portion. Next slide, please. This is, these images are from Lincoln Road, and you can tell that this is a much more active, as you know, pedestrian corridor, and definitely more customer, this is where the customer experience really lies. Next slide, please. These are images of the plaza that we are bordering. And as you can see, you know, some of our neighbors like 4D, they place their signage on that curb facade as well, which we would mimic. Next slide, please. These are interior shots of the existing or previously existing tenant. And as you can see, it's a really open storefront, expansive glazing throughout, which makes it a little bit difficult for a standard retail to come into this location. Next slide, please. As you can see, we maintained all of the glazing exposed. Most retailers build out the perimeter to be able to house all of their inventory. But at this location, we deviated extremely from our standard build out. We really wanted to respect all of the abundant light that would come into the store and the historic facade. And so we made some critical moves to maintain that openness. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it for this slide. Next slide, please. This is the exterior facade. These are our original signage. This is our original signage package. And as you can see, we placed the main Amazon 4-star signage above that corner facade, as mentioned before. We also have one proposed on Euclid Avenue. And then, but on the shorter Lincoln elevation, we have no signage on that lower portion, but you will see that's where you can note where the visual display monitor would be located. It's a very humble location, not in a prominent, glazing area. And then something else I want to note on this slide is that our total area for signage is only 37% of what's allowable. Okay, next slide, please. This has more information on the monitor location in relationship to the storefront. So here you can see that the monitor location is in the smaller storefront expanse, and it's hung approximately 4 feet above the finished floor and about 15 inches behind the glazing. Next slide, please. This is a daytime image of the monitor placement as seen along Lincoln Road. You can tell again that it's not, too impactful, but impactful enough for us to gain that customer interest into this location. And you can see that there's really no other evidence of Amazon being at that corner location without this monitor. Okay, next slide, please. This is the daytime visual of the monitor and corner signage from the corner entry. Corner signage, again, is higher. And so this can only really be viewed from a point of view further away from the store and not really along that Lincoln Road corridor as you walk along immediately in front of the storefront. Next slide, please. So slide 12, this is a nighttime visual of a corner entry and monitor along Lincoln Road. This is where you can really, see the impact of the monitor, maybe with the light. This is where I want to kind of stop for a second and talk about Amazon.
Excuse me, one second, I have a question.
Of course.
Your proposed signage is where that red sign is now?
The proposed monitor or the exterior signage?
Well, you have where the curved glass is. Your signage is in the space to the right of that, where the reddish pinkish sign is now in the Forever Flawless store was.
Yeah, that's the monitor. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. My question is, why do we have a controversy? Why can't you move that into one of the big windows in the front on Lincoln Road and that wouldn't be within 1.5 feet of any entrance.
Oh, it's the ordinance is that it's not 10 feet within the storefront glazing. So it's 10 feet. We have the ordinance is a 10-foot setback.
No, you don't have 10 feet between the front door and that large pane of glass.
It's the glazing.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I should have clarified that at first. Yeah, it's because we want the monitor close up to the storefront. That's how we typically have it at a majority of our other locations. It's just so that the monitor is visual from the exterior. And a monitor is key for us because we provide real-time pricing. I mean, just like when you go on Amazon online, it's constantly, that pricing is constantly being updated. And so all of our price tags or signs in the store are digital and they're constantly updated throughout the day. And so what our key retail experience is that you're getting the same experience in real life and in real time in our physical retail store as you do online. And that's what really draws customers into the store and not just at home, staying at home and shopping online. And so what this monitor does is provide real-time, up-to-date, new opportunities for the customers within the store. And so that's why for us, it's really critical to have something digital and that can be constantly updated throughout the day. And so that being said, though, the images on the monitor, it's not like a Victoria's Secret fashion show where it's constantly flashing and it's just a real eyesore or distraction. No offense, Victoria's Secret. But ours is more of a static signage that only rotates about every 30 seconds. So it's not something that would detract anybody from another retailer, but more just enhance the experience that we provide at Amazon. So next slide, please. So these are typical marketing advertisements that would go on the display monitor. You can tell that, it's nothing too bright or too, high of a contrast. They're very respectful and more humble in their design nature. Let's see, next slide. So the last two slides are more for historic reference. I'm sure you've seen these before. But this just shows where the original signage was, and it was above that horizontal banding. And we are at Amazon so thankful that we can go into a historic location. I think it's very special because we're usually going into, retail mall, interior mall locations, and to have the opportunity to go into this type of shopping experience and then also this building is very exciting for us. And so to have the opportunity to reflect the history is what we really want to do. But what's unfortunately happening is that our visibility along the main customer corridor there on Lincoln Road is being hindered because we're trying to, respect the history of the facade. And so that reason being, we're here asking for approval for a variance to the 10-foot setback from the glazing. And I know that, okay, you can go to the next slide. It's the last slide. These are more images from the interior and the exterior of the building. And just in a short summary, Amazon is very excited to come to this retail location. I think Lincoln Road is a very exciting place to be. But honestly, we're all being hit pretty hard in physical retail right now. I think Amazon has I know Amazon has thousands of customers in the Miami area, and this will be a huge customer driver and impact to the Lincoln Road Shopping Center. And I think it's not only going to be beneficial for Amazon to be in this location, but also for the entire retailer. And this is usually, Amazon's usually a benefit to any retail shopping experience, but I think in this time that we're in, it's pretty critical. So with that, just one more note. I have received support from the landlord and also in discussion with the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District. They've supported this initiative as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurie. It's very informative. Thank you. Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one speaker this afternoon, Daniel Seraldo.
And Mr. Chair, while we get Daniel online, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
No.
Nope. Okay. All right, Daniel, you are still under oath. You have 3 minutes.
Daniel. He says he's muted for some reason.
It looks like he's on the attendee side.
Yeah, can we move Daniel Older? And I'm over, and I'm also seeing Scott Needleman needs to be moved over. Debbie, I don't have that ability. Do you? No, right?
I do not. No.
Okay.
I will try to reach out to staff to see if we can get that done.
Oh, I see something looks different.
Okay, I'm here.
There you are.
Thank
okay.
You. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. It's great to see the building is going to be renovated, and we're always excited for new tenants on Lincoln Road. It was a little sad to see in the slide from Amazon that they had those bay entrances in the back still there, because as we all know, the owner wanted to remove those and MDPL wanted those to stay, but the board approved their removal at a prior meeting. But notwithstanding that, there are certain rules on Lincoln Road that if we open the door to this, and you already heard the Lincoln Road business owners, they're all in support. And so it's a slippery slope. Next thing you know, you're going to have T-Mobile and everyone else and Apple, all wanting to follow these new exceptions. So in looking at the plan, it looks like there might be creative ways for Amazon to have some sort of digital displays, maybe even on the upper walls in the back or something to draw the interest. But I think that it's very important that Lincoln Road maintains that character. And so we object to the variance and we support the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other members of the public who want to speak?
At this point, Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone with their hand up.
Okay. So we close public discussion. Any owner rebuttal? I think they've made their case pretty well.
No owner rebuttal or applicant rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Mm-hmm. Okay, moving right along, we're going to close owner rebuttal and the public comment. Moving on to board discussion. Who wants to go first? Nancy. You're muted, dear. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Two places. All right. You got me?
Hear you now. Okay.
Okay. I think that we're selling Amazon short by trying to make them look like just another commercial space on the road. I was recently in New York City walking along one of the small side streets in Soho, and there was a little sign over a doorway. I knew it was a new place, but I couldn't see. And it was the Amazon store. And people were piling in, as we did. We all piled in to see it, because this is very unique for Amazon to be having a commercial store in the middle of a neighborhood. And I thought to myself, when I saw this proposal, that if we start tacking up everything, all the signs and whatever else was described, I think we're doing it a disfavor. I think it should be a simple sign, and I think they will come. That old message, they will come. They do not need all of this other glitz to get them in there. And I liked when I got the package, I liked how the one Amazon sign was up and over the main part of the building on Lincoln Road. And that's all they need. They don't need 4,000 signs like a lot of these buildings, a lot of these commercial spaces have added. Every time I turn around, we seem to be trying to put more signs and more signs. But this one, I think this is a winner. It's a wonderful store. It's well done and interesting and different and exciting. So I don't think we need the signs. If you see you don't have people coming in, which I would doubt, then maybe you can add a sign where you think it'll do, but don't smear up the building. It's a beautiful building also. And it doesn't need to be smeared up with signs to bring people anywhere.
Thank you, Nancy. Very definitive. Who else would like to speak?
Always.
What? What else? Say something. What else?
Oh, no. I just said always. I'm always definitive.
Oh, I know. You're my view of perfection. Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Max.
Thank you. In looking at the staff analysis, I think I agree with their take that the practical difficulty and hardship criteria aren't met in this case. But I'm looking at this as maybe a trade-off in objectives here, and maybe I think if I understood where Nancy was going with this, that the benefit of, if we can avoid having additional signs, if allowing this proposal to go through, sort of maintains more of the integrity of the exterior without adding more signage in a traditional way, if that might be something that we consider as a difficulty that they're taking on to try to keep a more to avoid having like going to the full the full allowable limit for the exterior signage. So
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, less definitive than Nancy perhaps, but that's how I'm analyzing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry. Barry, where are you? Okay, moving on. Kirk.
Yeah, I tend to agree with staff's analysis. I understand the objective, and yet there's a tremendous history on Lincoln Road with hawking, and I see this as opening the door to visual hawking. I see the experience for Lincoln Road, the allure. It's more than just the shopping experience. And to me, I'm worried about opening the door for that sort of advertising to undermine that experience. And I personally would not have a problem with them taking advantage of the allowable signage so long as it was done compatibly, but for video advertising, to me I'm not comfortable with that. There was a lot of concern and discussion even about the city's digital kiosks. And I think we're moving in that direction in an area that's already had a history of obtrusive advertising. And it's nothing directly geared towards Amazon. It really more is geared towards everyone else. It's been a problem. And I think to move in this direction will be opening the door for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rick.
Yes, thank you. If I understand correctly, the signage would be acceptable if it was 10 feet in from the glass. Is that right? And so I wonder, given the corner condition, right? Like looking at the architecture of the building, you're on a corner, you've got, you know, a large amount of glass facing the corner. Has Amazon explored the possibility of following the rules and just putting their signage further in 10 feet away, facing the corner, perhaps following the radius of the curve? I mean, I think there's some, you know, they have a unique opportunity because of the building. And rather than providing the same signboard they would in any other store, I think there's an opportunity for them to provide something that's unique to this corner and unique to South Beach. I would try something else, to be honest, rather than start opening this can of worms.
Okay, excuse me. Debbie, Barry wrote in he can't hear anything.
We're trying to get Barry's audio back now.
Okay,
so
we do Scott and while we're waiting. Okay, Scott.
Okay, yeah. I missed the part about disclosures, and just to disclose now, I did respond to the email that Lori had sent me on this. You know, I guess in the grand scheme of things, I don't see this as being that bad. It's something that, again, could always be removed. It's not like we would be approving something permanent to a building. But to talk about Daniel's point that he made up, that he came up with, Daniel Seraldo, about maybe seeing this kind of proliferate down Lincoln Road. Debbie, I'm reading in the staff report, you said that television monitor is not otherwise considered a sign. If we were to, I don't know if the code would need to be changed or something, but if people, let's say, decide to put TV monitors, whether it be advertising or whatever, in the windows, and we considered it a sign, that would give us a lot more control over where they could go and you know, if they can go. In other words, if we considered it that, and let's say a building a few blocks down on Lincoln Road wanted to do that, well, we could tell them that, well, they already have, 10 signs on their building. So this, they couldn't put the monitor in their window. So, like I said, I don't think I don't think this is that big of a negative, but I understand the point where you might see a lot of buildings, a lot of retail down the line putting them in. So I'm wondering if there's a way that maybe we can have a little bit more control over that.
Scott, that's a very good point. I think the standard of review for the variance is probably the highest standard, whereas signage is typically something approved administratively, and you get a certain square footage, and you can kind of aggregate. You can kind of put the signs as long as you don't exceed the aggregate square footage, where they make sense. And that's typically done through a regular building permit process. The variance standard is obviously the highest standard that we have in terms of the hardship criteria, even higher than certificate of appropriateness standards legally. So I think the 10-foot setback is there for a reason. Now, what Amazon is proposing what it sounds like is they're saying, well, we're going to agree not to have anywhere close to the amount of signage that we could, and we could through the irregular building permit process, but instead of having the amount of signage we would be allowed, we want this monitor. So the variance standard, again, is very high. And that's why staff, when we evaluated the proposal, we didn't see the applicant meeting that burden.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does kind of go to my point where, like you said, they could do more signage on the Lincoln Road facade, and they're choosing not to. So I guess going down the line, if another building, another retail establishment wanted to do a sign in the window, it would always come to the HPD for a variance because they're not allowed within 10 feet. And if at that time that, you know, we see the building is already inundated with signage everywhere, at that point, you know, at least I would say, you know, I can't approve this. But this one, I just don't think it's the point about, you know, variance and maybe not seeing a hardship. And I mean, we all know we've approved variances here many times where we really didn't see a hardship. But I just don't think this one is that is going to have that much of a negative impact on Lincoln Road, on that building. This board can prevent any future or you know, possible negative impact on Lincoln Road. So I think in this particular case, I'm comfortable with what they're proposing.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Is Barry back with us yet?
Staff is working on getting Barry's audio back. I don't know if I don't believe that's happened yet, but we are working on it, Jack. Hopefully that will be restored in a couple minutes.
Okay, in the meantime, can we formulate?
Can I?
Nancy.
As we wait.
I think I may be back.
Oh, Barry's back.
There he is.
Oh, that's. I thought you guys fired me or something.
No, only you know who could do that.
Yeah. I was just trying to say before, I'm not in favor of this variance. I don't think that we need a televised billboard in a storefront. I don't think anybody needs such a device. I would say that this applicant brings its clientele to them, and I think it is sets a precedent that I think is negative, and it's just not the right direction to go. If they want, I wouldn't see anything wrong with such a device within their store, either 10 feet back or something that the interior customers view. But I think their store is like a crystal ball. It's as the applicant noted, has an abundance of storefront. And that in itself is advertisement and signage. And we're going to see, customers are going to see what's happening, what's being sold from a distance. So I'm not in favor of this. And I'm sorry I missed previous discussions, but that's my thought.
Okay, thank you, Barry. And to make mine quick, I agree 100% with Barry. So can we have a motion?
Oh,
sorry.
I wanted to get another comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nancy, I can't hear you.
I wanted to make another
Okay, come
comment.
on. That's fine.
Now, I agree with what Barry is saying. I think it is such a stretch to think that this store is going to need any advertising. I remember when the Apple store opened, It doesn't have all this big advertising to draw it in. People packed the place. They knew what they were getting. They knew where they were going. This is not just another store that you have to sell. It's going to sell itself. So I think whatever sign is legal, put someplace, but not to have to worry about all this signage and putting excess signage all over the place. Not necessary. So
I think Rick has a great idea. Can everybody
Yeah.
see it?
He's going to sell it to Amazon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're gonna be rich, Rick.
I'm sorry if I'm overstepping my bounds, but if you work with the 10-foot setback, you've got all that glass, from 10 feet back.
What?
yeah, that's all they need. That's all
But
they need.
isn't that more disruptive than a humble little monitor in the lower corner window?
The rules are the rules. That's the problem.
I mean, you don't need a variance for that, and you can get a lot more advertising that way. Perhaps it's a kind of sculptural feature inside, so that the customers inside can see it too. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Years ago, there was a store that came in and put something like that. Maybe it was a little TV show. And everybody just looked at it like, what is this? And the city finally banned having stuff like that on the street. So I don't know why this thing is going to do anything for the store itself. The store is going to speak for itself.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, I think we need a motion, don't we, Debbie, to uphold the staff's opinion?
The
motion would be to deny the requested variance.
Okay, so who would like to make that motion?
I will.
I'll second.
Okay, Rick did first and Nancy seconded?
Second.
Okay.
They're not going to take my prime away, are they? Sorry.
Better watch out, Barry. We are also dependent on it these days, especially. Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Klein.
No. I mean, in favor of denial, right? Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
the motion is to deny. So a yay is to deny,
Is a no.
and a nay would be right.
A yay.
Mr. Litt.
No.
Mr. Needleman.
No.
Mr. Lopez.
Yay.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Wait, what is the yes? I've lost you.
Yes
Yeah.
is to deny. No
Oh,
is not
yes.
to deny.
Yes.
Okay, where did I leave off? Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Did I get everyone?
Get Max. Yeah.
Okay, so that was a vote of 6-2, 5-2 to deny,
5-2.
correct?
Yep,
5-2.
with Max and Scott dissenting, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, we're going to move on to the discussion item portion of our agenda this afternoon. So all of the quasi-judicial items have been concluded, and I want to thank you for getting through a reasonably lengthy agenda. Thank you all. But the next discussion item is an important discussion item that we would like your recommendations on. So this is a discussion regarding the Palm View neighborhood study. Just a very brief background. We do have our consultant, Heidi Siegel. She will be giving the board a brief presentation on her findings in the report. This was a study that the city had commissioned in 2019. The firm of KCI, formerly Keith and Schnars, was retained by the city to develop a comprehensive 20-year plan for the Palm View neighborhood. There were several public meetings that were held over the course of several months, And finally, there was a draft plan that was presented to the public. Most recently, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee heard the presentation, issued some comments. They also continued the item. This particular discussion will be going back to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee. And the committee did want the Historic Preservation Board's recommendation before they made any final recommendations themselves. So you're going to hear a presentation today. I was able to earlier this morning email you some public comment that I received from Richard Silverman. And I will speak more about that after the presentation is made. I'm not sure. I received a few emails that some of the members of the neighborhood unfortunately did have to leave the meeting to take care of other business, so they may not be available, but I have forwarded you some of their comments. Thank you. Heidi, are you?
I'm here.
Excellent.
Hi.
Okay, thank you.
So will the city be running the presentation?
Yes, I believe we have, there it is.
So good afternoon. My name is Heidi Siegel. I'm representing KCI, and I'm going to walk you through this Palmview neighborhood study. Before I get started, I'll give you some background on the study. The study was meant to look at the historic Palmview neighborhood from a new lens of sustainability, adaptability, and historic preservation. It was intended to have a lot of community input and to be out of the box. That was our directive from city staff, is to think outside of the box on how to address climate adaptation and historic preservation within this small historic district. Next slide, please. So the report in this presentation is just a broad overview of a written report that has been provided to staff. The report looks at 5 different aspects of the neighborhood: infrastructure, resiliency districts, land development regulations, the historic preservation aspect of it, and property sales and values. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there was a lot of public outreach. We held a stakeholder meeting on February 12th, 2019. It was at City Hall. And at this meeting, we hosted it as an open mic night and allowed for all attendees to share their thoughts about the neighborhood. Most in attendance were property owners. We came back on April 9th, 2019. I know some members of the Historic Preservation Board were actually in attendance at this meeting, and we did some quizzing and tabletop exercises with the community to gauge what they thought about the future of the neighborhood and different applications that we could apply. We met also in November and then again in February, right before the pandemic, to review the report. In the middle of this, I did meet with Daniel from MDPL to also review the progress of the report. Next slide, please. So I'm going to really focus on the land development regulations as well as historic preservation and give you a brief overview of infrastructure, resiliency, and property values. Next slide. So for infrastructure, the city has a 30-year sea level change planning horizon for stormwater. On January, the current water table for Collins Canal was 1.7 feet, January of 2020. This goes back to September 2015 for King Tide, where it was 2.1. September 2019, it was a little over 2 feet at Collins Canal. We will, while our report is complete for all intents and purposes, we will collect data from the city over the last month of the different rain events that we've had. What we also found was that the existing roadway network in the neighborhood varies from lower than 2 feet to 3.7 feet. And most significant, Michigan Avenue from 17th Street all the way to Collins Canal, Jefferson from 18th to Collins Canal, and 19th between Jefferson and Meridian are all under 2 feet. These are very low street elevations. Next slide. So we also found that there were insufficient curb inlets and other drainage mechanisms throughout the neighborhood. While there is a lot of pervious swale throughout the neighborhood, they are blocked. And if you are familiar with the neighborhood, they have what we call D-curbs. They're raised concrete curbs that go around the swales. Of course, when you live so close to Lincoln Road and the convention center, you're not going to want people parking on the swale, so that makes sense. I'll go over some suggestions we have for improving those. And we also found that while there is a gravity-based stormwater system in the neighborhood, it only has 2 outfalls that go into Collins Canal, and there's no floodgates, which basically in layman's term means that the stormwater backwashes back up onto the street. Next slide, please. So throughout the report, this is the structure of our recommendations. We make very broad recommendations that would then need to be peeled away by city staff or future consultants, depending on the expertise. And we break them down into 1 to 3 years, 3 to 6 years, and over 6 years. Remember, this is a master plan, and we were asked to think very creatively and outside the box. So immediately for infrastructure, we worked with our stormwater engineers in the city's engineering department and came up with some not quick fixes, meaning they can be done tomorrow, but things that can happen that would improve drainage and localized water collection pretty quickly. And that includes cutting into those D-curbs, so that concrete that goes around the swale, digging out the swales a little so that they can retain water and allowing water to flow into them. That allows water to directly come off, divert off of the roadway. Provide additional surface storage throughout the neighborhood, and locate new mobile pump and drainage stations are some of our recommendations in the short term. Next slide, please. In the long term, we are recommending that the city consider a co-benefit site. A co-benefit site is something that could act as a collection for stormwater during a rain event and be used as some kind of passive or active site when it's not raining. It could be a parking lot, it could be a community park. So 2 properties, they both are private property that we zeroed in on, and in speaking to city leadership at the time, they were very receptive to these ideas, was the large parking area at the House of Worship on Michigan Avenue at the synagogue, to perhaps take that large parking area that is not used so much and perhaps make it a green space that could also be a parking area during, for example, the high holidays, and then during the rest of the year, create opportunities to collect stormwater. There's also a vacant residential lot along Collins Canal, and there's perhaps an opportunity to put a neighborhood park in there. We heard from the community about the desire to have a neighborhood park. Next slide, please. And then some long-term, all reflect back on some existing work that the city's already doing. We put these at long-term because they would require not just design and engineering and permitting, but also funding on behalf of the city. And these include introducing new pump stations. They've already been identified through previous studies, and looking at raising some of the roadway elevations within the neighborhood. 1D that you see on your screen is actually creating a resiliency district, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the next section. Next slide, please. And then, of course, just continuing for the city to do all of the stormwater master plan implementations. And then the final one that you see on 1H is to encourage seawall replacement. The city codes already require that if you touch your seawall, you need to raise it a little bit as well as repair it. Along Collins Canal, it is the seawall alternates between either being owned by the city or private property. So if there's a creative way for the private property owners in the city to come together and increase the seawall height, we believe this small area along Collins Avenue will have maximum impact. Next slide. So the next section of the report is about resiliency districts. Next slide. And this is a new concept. And it's something that we think with Miami Beach being on the cutting edge of a lot of different things, even going back all these years with historic preservation, perhaps this is something the city should consider. There's really no cut and paste way to do this. It would be something that would be unique to Miami Beach, but I will give you some examples of other places where it's done around the country. And what it is it's a resiliency zone where the criteria incorporates climate adaptation regulations, processes, and criteria that reflect the existing district that it is in. So in this case, it would be a district that would reflect the historic architecture and the historic standards that are there, but perhaps create new design guidelines that are specific to Palmview and take into consideration sea level rise a little stronger than some of the other existing city regulations. Next slide. So here are two examples. Again, the nice thing about a resiliency district is they are unique to each of their areas. So in New Orleans, the Gentilly Resilience District, this is a low income neighborhood, and the idea was to encourage neighborhood revitalization. So there are incentives for building homes that you receive some money and other incentives if you do resiliency co-benefit type improvements to your property. In Norfolk, Virginia, they have a resiliency overlay district that requires higher first floor elevations, additional open space and landscaping, and limits parking and requires pervious materials. So as I stated, Miami Beach really has an opportunity to set the standard with a resiliency district in the context of a historically designated district, These could incorporate some of the Secretary of Interior standards as well as the other standards that the city goes by, but also provide some flexibility and Palmview specific climate adaptation changes. Next slide. So here are just some of the design standards we throw out for consideration in the report. Of course, all of these would have to be studied further, but it's to get the conversation going. Everything from elevated entryways to mitigate transition of heights, allow for improvements to take place in the rear of the property with adaptation as part of it, but keeping historic materials and details at the pedestrian level. We heard from some members of the community that they had some past experiences of being unable to do improvements to the rear of their property. So perhaps there's opportunities with this to allow for additions in the rear properties, but at the same time, adaptation and rain gardens and other climate adaptation elements taking place in the front yard and the front property in order to maintain the historic street facade. Next slide, please. So this recommendations are pretty much what I just went over. Over the next 1 to 3 years, we recommend establishing a resiliency district that's specific to Palmview, and perhaps this can be a pilot program that can then be extended to other areas in the city. We believe this would work best in residential neighborhoods. Next slide. And just to follow some of the national standards that have been set for these. And this is further fleshed out in our report. Next slide, please. So moving on to the land development requirements. Next slide. So one of the big issues we heard about from the community was going back to 1999 when there was a zoning change that took place in the neighborhood, which brought it to single family homes. There's a feeling in the neighborhood that this has caused the neighborhood to be stagnant as far as property values go, and they would like to see that lifted, or a vocal contingent that we had from the neighborhood would like to see them lifted. What we found is that it consists of a mix of single family and multifamily land uses. All of these, of course, are from pre-1999 when the changes took place. And most of the multifamily developments are located along the edges of the neighborhood. There are, of course, a few examples within the neighborhood. We also find that the neighborhood is a close proximity, as you know, a 10-minute walk to commercial areas. Next slide. So our recommendation is, this has already taken place because of recent events in the pandemic, our report's a little delayed, or the presentation of our report is delayed, but one of those is to allow the accessory dwelling units for an additional detached unit that is 50% of the size of the principal structure. And next slide, please. And this is the big one. And that would be to create a new zoning district and future land use category that would allow low density duplex and townhome infill development. And when I get to the next section on historic preservation, I'll talk a little bit about how you get to the opportunity for infill development. All of this would require a voter referendum because it's an increase in intensity and density per the city charter. We've worked with the city attorney and to get clarification on that. And our recommendation is to regulate intensity through massing and scale as opposed to FAR, and be very context sensitive to the neighborhood. Next slide. And then to go back to the resiliency district, to develop that zoning overlay that has regulations and requirements that are compatible with the historic development of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the big one for today's discussion, and I think in the context of the report, is historic preservation. Next slide. We came into this with the thought process of how to maintain the historic district. Next slide, please. And we heard a lot from the community. There's a vocal group in the community that wants to see de-designation, as they feel that historic designation is hindering redevelopment or investment in the community. So what we did is we dived deep into the 1999 designation report. And I want to remind you that we were told to go outside of the box and rethink the neighborhood. So what we found is there's 10 different architectural styles with pretty much a period of significance from the 1920s to the 1960s. Of the 74 structures, those 74 include Collins Canal, 64 were deemed contributing. As we dove deeper and we thought about the context of the neighborhood, we really started to identify what we call the Carl Fisher era of design and construction. And these are pretty much those that took place pretty much up until Carl Fisher's death, which is 1929. We found that these have the highest level of architectural detailing and artistic value, and that they actually, when you put them together with some of the other properties in the historic district, they don't necessarily meet this new idea of designation criteria. Next slide. So the map on your left shows everything that is considered today as a contributing structure. So it's in the city's database. When Debbie brings something forward to you, these are the ones in blue on the left-hand side are what are considered contributing. When we went through the report and came up with our recommendation, the map on the right shows what we are pulling out to be contributing based on what we're calling the Carl Fisher era of designation. Now, just to pause here and go back where I was speaking about the feelings from the neighborhood about the land development code, land development regulation changes, this is where the opportunity with strong resiliency district overlay regulations and design guidelines, there might be an opportunity for infill construction at a very low scale and low density. So next slide, please. Left on the map, we go from 63 contributing actual buildings down to 32, which we called architecturally significant. Within this group is Mediterranean Revival, Med Deco Transitional, Mission Revival, and Streamline Moderne. Next slide. And this is just a visual representation of some of the structures that we are calling out to be part of what we're calling the Carl Fisher era. Next slide. So our first recommendation is to redefine the Palmview Historic District Designation Report to perhaps change what is considered contributing and non-contributing. Next slide. Our second recommendation is to use the resiliency district to introduce design guidelines as well as a streamlined process for redevelopment within the neighborhood to create new construction that is contextually sensitive to the neighborhood. And the third recommendation comes from the community. Next slide, please. And is not necessarily our first recommendation, and is that is the de-designation of the Palm View Historic District. I started this presentation by discussing that this was a study that had a lot of community involvement. We did mail-in surveys to the neighborhood. We met with them frequently. We received a lot of emails, and this was a strong desire from the neighborhood. But we don't believe there's other ways to get to allow redevelopment in the neighborhood without de-designation. Next slide. And finally, property values. Next slide, please. So we found something interesting. We dove deep into the property values, and we were trying to understand what was happening in the neighborhood. And really, long story short, is this first bullet point, and that's that the market analysis area that's used by the Miami-Dade property appraiser for doing the property values includes a large circle that takes in some development along Alton Road, 17th Street, and Lincoln Lane. So, and also on the convention center side of Meridian. So what that means is homes, single family homes, are being assessed based on land values for very high use commercial properties. So if we go to the next slide, please. Our recommendation is that the city should request from Miami-Dade County, the property appraiser, create a new market analysis area comprising of just the Palm View area. And we think that will level some of the land values that you're seeing there. When we compared it to other neighborhoods with similar architecture, the land value in Palm View was much higher than those in these other sections of town, which are fine neighborhoods in their own right, and it just didn't compare. And then finally, after some time, we believe the city should go back and do a new market analysis and see how the property values and property sales are improving in the Palm View neighborhood. Next slide. So the idea of this master plan, again, is a different kind of approach. It's kind of creating a menu option. And our belief is from each chapter, if you do one or more things from each chapter in our recommendations, everything should come together that you would see in an improvement in marketability of the neighborhood, a sense of historic, sense of place, as well as investment while addressing sea level rise and the stormwater issues that are in the neighborhood. So not one chapter should be prioritized over another, but they should all come together. Next slide. So I just laid this out to show you how it could come together. The city does some infrastructure improvements, be it install a pump, create outlets through the existing curb, put in a couple inlets, which is where the stormwater goes into the ground, amend the contributing and non-contributing sections of the historic designation report, allow low density townhomes and duplexes, and introduce a resiliency code specific to Palm View using the historic preservation design guidelines. We believe that when you do all of these together, you'll see a lot of improvements in the neighborhood. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this moment, I don't see any members of the public that wish to comment, but I would like to advise the board that I sent an email from Dr. Richard Silverman to the board earlier. It was a draft resolution from the Neighborhood Association, but again, this is a draft resolution that he sent to recommend to the board that you consider de-designation of the Palm View Historic District. He then followed up and clarified that this was from him and not from the Neighborhood Association. So I just wanted to put that on the record, but you should all have it, and it's basically in support of removing the historic designation that currently exists. I do see Dr. Silverman with his hand up. So I guess he was able to rejoin us. And he is our first speaker.
Hi, guys. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So I had to cut out earlier. I don't know how you sit through the entire meeting through those details. So I'm a homeowner in Palmview. I'm speaking on my behalf, although I'm the president of the association. And we worked with the people from KCI, Keith and Schnars. And we really feel that, we're being hampered. And we, as a neighborhood, most of us want to ask for de-designation as Keith and Schnars recommended. The majority of the owners are against the current historic designation. There's no historic events in Palmview. The collection of buildings that we have and architects is really no different than what you see on Alton Road, Flamingo, Pine Tree, the same styles, the same builders, the same architects. The expense of historic buildings is onerous to owners, and particularly those who are on fixed salaries due to decay and rising sea level. The ability to rebuild or build sustainable climate adaptive new housing is hampered, and part of the presentation talked about townhomes or places where people can live versus empty lots. And if you just view our neighborhood from across the street from the canal at Publix on Days Boulevard, you can see one good example of what needs to be coming down and rebuilt. There's no investment, there's no potential investment in Palmview on the horizon, and property values along with tax revenues will diminish. And when we start actually looking at the values of the homes, because they can't be sold or can't be repurposed or reimagined, they're going to go down. And so will the tax revenues from our neighborhood. We're right in the middle between Alton, Lincoln, the new convention center, a new hotel. We want people to be able to move in with families. It's not going to happen the way it is right now. And I know we don't want to destroy all our houses. I love my house. I live at 1800 Jefferson. It's a beautiful home. As long as it's still standing and I can afford to do it, I will leave it the way it is. But there's a lot of stuff there that honestly, and we've walked through the neighborhood with some of you and some of the members of the council, and I think even the members of the Historic Preservation League have seen that there's a lot of stuff that can go and won't diminish the character of the city or the attractiveness of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hi, thank you, Debbie. And also I wanted to say thank you to Heidi, because this has not been an easy project. I was at some of these meetings where, there, as she mentioned, there's a vocal group of some of the homeowners that are, very, very angry, and, voices were raised, and it didn't always feel that comfortable to be in those meetings. So I want to thank Heidi for what she's done. I think that after this study, what we all see is that there are a lot of opportunities for educating the community, for studying things like infrastructure, drainage, resiliency. Another thing that's happened since this initiative started is the Alan Schulman Resiliency Guidelines that really help form a model for the future. We all know Miami Beach as a whole is at risk, and that we are going to need investments in the future. But I did want to say, and Debbie sort of maybe pointed out before even I spoke, but as you heard, a resolution was sent by this new HOA, but then it turned out, well, it's only this individual. And, I think we all have to be a little careful, just take a deep breath and realize that, yes, there are some property owners like Mr. Silverman, Dr. Silverman, who want the de-designation, but there's also a lot of community members that we met with and spoke to who just don't want to be in the middle of this. It's become very, very, a lot of anger, a lot of infighting. And I also want to recommend that you all go to look at recently sold homes. You'll see a little one-story home just sold for $1.4 million, another one around the corner for $1.63 million. $1 million here, $1 million there. So, this is a very valuable community. Maybe not everyone likes it, but it is designated historic. And if you look at the designation report, it talks about the different styles, the evolution of 20th century architecture from Mediterranean to Art Deco to MIMO And so just cutting it off at Carl Fisher really wouldn't tell that story. So we at MDPL would love to continue working with those residents that really want the best for the neighborhood. And we think that we need some more time to talk about different solutions, but de-designation, we just don't see the voters even going for that. So why explore that at this point? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next speaker is Joe Tom Easley.
Yes, is that unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. My name is Joe Tom Easley. Along with my husband, Peter Freiberg, we've lived in Palmview for 24 years and counting. And we moved here from elsewhere on the beach because we just adored the neighborhood. The Palmview was our first choice, and we found it to be a wonderful experience. Let me say that I have some experience in the area that we're talking about here, land use planning. I'm a retired law school professor, and among the courses that I've taught over all those years was in the area of land use, specifically zoning, historic preservation, the other restrictions on use. And one thing that I have noticed over all those years is that excuse me, that when there has been a challenge to historic designation of a neighborhood, that those challenges have been uniformly rejected. And so I'm concerned about the focus on de-designation. I do not know of a single situation, thinking back over the years, where I have heard of de-designation of a historic district. And as I look at some of the arguments that are made in favor of de-designation, I see that most of them all come around to money. It's really not so much a concern about anything other than being able to sell your home at a high price. And I don't think that is really what I would like to see for this neighborhood. I heard earlier Heidi say that the neighborhood was overwhelmingly in favor of it. I hope she didn't say that it was overwhelmingly in favor of designation, because that is not a de-designation. That is not what I understand. As I talked with the people in the neighborhood a few months ago, somebody was saying that they could hardly wait for de-designation because they were going to cash in.
Mr. Chairman, 3 minutes are up.
That's what we want to do.
If he needs some more time, please give him 2 minutes more.
Okay.
Mr. Easley, do you need more time?
I set it for 2 minutes.
Mr. Easley? Oh, I think he left.
Am I there?
Yes, you have 2 more minutes, Mr. Easley.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Yes, I just wanted to say again that we're very much in favor of keeping the designation and of opposing a de-designation. And I think that is a view that is widely held. I think when the consultants did the study and they asked the question of, do you favor de-designation or not? I understand that the neighborhood was split about evenly between those who were in favor of de-designation and those who were opposed to it. And I wanted to say that we're opposed to it. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, Deborah?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Rita is our next speaker. Rita? I see she just put her hand down, so I'm not sure if she decided not to speak, but I don't see anyone else with their hand up at this time. So unless Rita would like to speak. Rita?
All right. Am I on?
Yes. Hi, Rita.
Hi. Okay, thank you. My name is Rita Starr. I live at 1810 Michigan with my husband, Ivor Rose. Me for 44 years and him for 60 years. It was mine and Ivor's dream for these many years as we slowly amassed our properties that were mainly contiguous. It was our dream to partner with a developer or build on our own townhouses. We were zoned originally for 60 units, then it went to 40, then it went to townhouse, and we never thought it would leave townhouse. But, so in 1998, or before 1996 or so, we started talking to architects and developers, and we started getting renderings of what the townhouses would look like. You know, we're right on the Dade Boulevard Canal for most of our properties, and the other properties are contiguous with those. So, you know, we were talking to people, and then in about 1998, without directly notifying us, other single-family homeowners, and the neighborhood, the city designated our properties as historical and downzoned us from multifamily to single-family. So our dream was crushed. Okay. Having this historical designation has been a big and decades-long hardship for me and Ivor because of the following. The age of our properties, some of which are more or less 100 years old, they're decaying to a point that it's costing us tens of thousands of dollars each year to keep them standing and rented. Our properties are low-lying and directly on the south side of the Dade Boulevard Canal. Because of climate change and the new walking, biking path on the north side of the canal, our streets and buildings on our side, on the south side, flood more than years ago when the rising waters used to go onto Dade Boulevard. But when they built that path, they didn't have any openings. They didn't make any openings to Dade Boulevard. The high tides even come up through the first floors of our buildings. All this is undermining and lowering the value of our properties more than ever. The sewage system in Pondview is old and defective. When the tides are high, sewage actually comes up in our first floor toilets and bathtubs, not just ours, but some of the other single family homeowners too. It's really disgusting. These decaying properties are too old, too difficult, and too expensive to restore and impossible to raise up. All the points I just made will contribute to the continued undermining and the lowering of the value of our properties now and in years to come. No structure lasts forever, except maybe the pyramids. Even the Harvard study said regarding Miami Beach historical buildings that because of climate change, some buildings cannot be saved. And I just wanted to add one PS. I've heard that Mr. Joe Tom Easley lives in a townhouse. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Rita, for your comments. Debbie, anyone else?
No one else from the public.
Okay. Now we discuss it amongst ourselves?
Yeah, so this is going to go back to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, and they would like to get your input and any recommendations you may have on the study. So we are running a little bit short on time this afternoon, so hopefully we can wrap this up in 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay, who would like to go first? Nancy?
Yes, I have to give you all a bit of background as to how this whole thing started. I was on the city commission, and the neighbors in Palmview came to me and said, people are starting to think about demolishing their homes. Palmview was not designated as of 1998. So I asked one of the owners of a big property to allow us to have a meeting there. The entire neighborhood, except a few, very few, came to that meeting, and we discussed exactly what it meant to have a historic district. And because of the fear that they were going to be loaded up with, I don't remember what the, how high they could go, but they had the synagogue, which had been built. The synagogue there was a 2-story house, and it became this huge synagogue. So they were afraid that this is what was going to happen to their neighborhood. None of them ever complained about their homes or anything else. They were thrilled when the historic designation went, and it was voted upon by them, and it was overwhelming. Now, this is how many years ago? 22 years ago. So as time went on, people sold their houses and things changed. And some people who lived there neglected their homes and allowed them, hoping that that was going to be the invitation to demolish all the homes within. So it was designated, and it was celebrated for many years to come. There was no complaining until, I would say, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. That's when I first heard about complaints. And the complaints were really about the flooding. The flooding can be fixed. All of the other problems can be fixed. And the city, since it has taken such interest in this place, should use some of their ability to help the people who feel that their buildings are neglecting because of the water and whatever else. But to de-designate, I don't think I've ever heard, and I have been involved in the preservation movement since about 40 years, since the movement started. I have heard no one else asking for a de-designation. So I hope that that will be eliminated from whatever thoughts. Joe Tom Easley, he told it the way it is. I have been at these meetings and told it the way it is. There's got to be an understanding of how they can improve their homes. Yes, perhaps adding some, I think it's been recommended, the addition of the homes where they can add, and this was discussed way back then when the complaining started, but nobody did anything. City didn't help them. Nobody thought about putting together a group and putting up the seawall. That would have helped. All of the suggestions that come from Heidi, I think, are much better to be looked at than even thinking or entertaining the idea of de-designating this valuable district of its time. And it's in very good shape. There, all the buildings are still contiguous, except those that got away before the designation began in 1998. And the last thing I want to say is I loved hearing from Heidi. Heidi was my aide when I was a commissioner, and she's as valuable today as she was to me way back then. So I'm glad we're doing this, but I hope that we listen to some of the rationale for trying to de-designate a district. Makes no sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Jack, if I could just interject, with regard to the de-designation, so that would be a repeal of an ordinance that adopted the historic designation of this district. That would require, through the city's charter provision, a voter referendum in order to have that process take place. The charter requires any weakening of Article 10, Division 4, which is the designation chapter of the city code, any weakening of that to be approved by the voters in a general election. Therefore, while I think the land use committee does want your input, I just wanted to let anyone listening know that it's not as simple as one entity making that type of decision, that it would be a much longer process.
Thank you, Debbie. This is Heidi. Yes, I wanted to jump in. I think it is in my presentation and it is in the report that it requires a voter referendum. I think just in my trying to move quickly through the presentation, I skipped that important fact. So sorry about any miscommunication on that.
Thank you, Heidi. Debbie, is there any board member who would like to comment on this? Because I think we need to send a suggested position.
Yes, I would like to send the land use committee some of your comments or recommendations if you have them. Now, there are several sections of Heidi's report. You can comment on all of them, or you can choose if you're just mostly interested or concerned about the historic preservation section of the report. You can limit your recommendations to that. She had 3 recommendations, I believe, as part of the historic designation section. One was the reevaluation of the designation report, including potential reclassification of any building that is older than 1929 as non-contributing. Second, there was a second recommendation of a resiliency district in combination with reclassifying buildings as non-contributing that were built after 1929. And then there was the de-designation recommendation.
Okay.
There was also land use recommendations. So I see Rick put his hand up first. Rick?
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting discussion here. I'm not too familiar with the history of this district, but I understand the challenges of a historic district, facing the water issue. And I think ultimately, the goals here are, long-term goals to keep this district alive, which means eventually over time building up. And so I wonder if there isn't a mechanism to keep the designation, fine tune it as needed, but to at the same time allow for some development and to actually encourage new construction at higher levels in the character of the district. I think it's interesting, the idea of the townhouses and the duplexes as a way of encouraging some development. I don't know how the neighborhood feels about that today. I'm sure it's not so simple. There's also, I think, the positioning on the canal and the visibility from the canal. There's an opportunity here for a Miami Beach district to really engage its historic architecture and water in a very direct and visible way. And I think it would be, just thinking about this neighborhood, I think it's exciting. I think there's exciting potential there, and there has to be some liberty, some freedom to build, but at the same time, keeping it as a designated district, I think is important. I just wonder if there is some middle ground that could allow for the balance of development and preservation to pave the way for a kind of, you know, the future chapter of this neighborhood.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else like to comment? Because we need to make a motion and move on.
Max and Kirk have their hands up.
Yeah, my point of view is I get really uncomfortable anytime it seems like vulnerability to sea level rise is being used as an argument against historic preservation. I think if it's true in one area, it's true everywhere in Miami Beach. I think it's incumbent on us to be creative in our strategies for addressing the existential need for resilience with our shared community priority of historic preservation. I think the de-designation piece seems like a bit of a long shot in terms of feasibility anyway. The piece that has me maybe that seems more likely and a little bit concerning is the changing the contributing status. I don't see that as being a matter of convenience. I think if a building is identified as contributing, it's based on an analysis that was true based on the facts on the ground. But that this board has the tools through the sea level rise criteria and the C of A criteria and our authority to be able to make case by case determinations on what to do with these sites. And I think strategies like what was outlined in the presentation that Heidi gave us are an important way of making those actionable. And I think the strategies in general, they're sound. I say it's nothing too revolutionary. I don't mean that to be insulting. I think it just means that it's spot on. These are the things that we're going to have to do in terms of things like resilience districts. But I think it would serve us well to listen to the fact that people are perceiving to experience a hardship associated with that designation. What does that mean for how we operate as a board? And can there be, we talk, from time and again about incentives, and what types of strategies we might employ to encourage resilient development and preservation. So I'd hope that maybe that would be sort of cohesive. I don't know if we can turn that into, something that we would transmit. But I'm, from my point of view, I'm supportive of these. I don't want us to be in a position where resilience and sea level rise vulnerability are put at odds with the ideals of preservation.
Okay, thank you. We need to wrap this up and make some sort of motion. So can we try to formulate one? Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt. Thank you. So I appreciate all of the points and the work that Heidi brought forward. And this is a nuanced conversation we've been having in lots of areas across Miami Beach. A couple of areas that I'm confused about, and I think they're important. With regard to declassify or reclassifying buildings, I don't know. To me, from what I'm hearing, we don't have the basis to respond to that without evaluating, the intentions behind the historic district. But what's most important, and I'm a little confused about, and it goes to what Max mentioned, and it also touches on what Alan Schulman presented, was the idea of incentives. And I want to cite what Mr. Easley said as well, because sometimes incentives are paraded around as an opportunity to make the maximum amount of money, and that's not right either. But when you're talking about incentivizing revitalization, I'm concerned when we touch on that, because if we go to like this idea of further use, more intense use, or a duplex use, for instance, I'm not clear based on the presentation right now whether that would be an incentive specifically for a contributing structure, because if it was not, then it could be an incentive to demolish structures, and I'm concerned about that. Right. I do think that we need to move forward and continue the discussion that was started a long time ago, but that was an important component of Alan Schulman's presentation, and as part of this discussion as well, to discuss what sort of incentives are there for homeowners with contributing structures and say that they are vulnerable to sea level rise and want to maintain their buildings. I'm all for exploring reasonable opportunities to incentivize owning a historic structure. I want people to see living in historic districts. It should be seen as a benefit because the historic districts are so important to our city. But I'm unclear, and in making a recommendation, if we're incentivizing revitalization, I think it's very nuanced in how we present that, and I'm concerned that it be presented in the right way.
Jack, I'm gonna. Oh, Jack,
is there
you're
a reason
muted.
why we must do something about this today because time's running out? Debbie?
Yes, this is going back to the next Land Use and Sustainability Committee. I believe it's their November meeting. So I don't believe we have a meeting prior to their next meeting.
But what do they want from us? A statement saying we support the retention of the Palmview Historic District?
They would like your opinion on the plan as a whole. And if there's any specific section or any specific recommendation that you have strong feelings about, I think that would be very helpful to them. If as a board you made a motion to either support something or not support something, I've heard some really good discussion. I've heard the discussion about incentivizing, and if you're supportive of land use incentivization, maybe it's for contributing structures only, or if you're. It sounds like I've heard that the board is generally not going to be supportive of a proposal to remove the designation. So if you could formulate as a board, your general thoughts and then any specific recommendations on the plan, I think that would be helpful.
This is a major issue that has ramifications far and wide in Miami Beach, and I don't see why we should be rushed to judgment on this just because someone else has a meeting later in November. I wrote down.
We can definitely bring it back to you.
Yeah, because I have a whole list of things that I am concerned about the report, and I could speak for the rest of the hour about that, and I'm sure other people do as well. I don't think we should be rushed into this. That's my opinion.
Jack, let me, because I didn't talk about this. Maybe I can bring up something. Yeah, I too don't think that the designation of the district would go anywhere, especially considering it would go to a referendum. The one thing I saw in the report that I liked and that could probably take into consideration a lot of the things we talked about is an overlay district. We obviously we're not going to develop it and come up with all the rules now, but suppose. Let's say the Palmview neighborhood, they started down the path of having an overlay district there, and part of that would be, well, we could come up with some new guidelines for possible maybe townhomes or whatever the new kind of structures would be, and also included in an overlay could be incentives. We could somehow combine those things all together and have an overlay district that kind of encompasses all of these different things, move forward with that. I'm just trying to get to a certain place where we can give the I guess the land use committee something that says we're in favor of moving forward in a certain direction, but obviously we want it to come back to us. We want to see everything that's being proposed for that neighborhood before, or proposed for the overlay district before it goes any further. So, and I'm not sure everything in that report would make it into the overlay district or whatever eventually happens. But, I think that other than de-designating the neighborhood, I think, we heard that we all have certain parts of that report that we're somewhat in favor of.
Thank you, Scott. Nancy.
I just want to make a suggestion because this is a big deal. Why don't we start by pulling out the things that we absolutely don't want to happen, and then there's so much good in the report that can come back. But to go back to the land use and not having eliminated things that we agree should not be in here. Can we do that, Debbie?
Yes.
Okay. How much time do we have?
We have to be completely cleared out at the convention center at 4. So we have, it's 3:25.
How about if we request that each and every one who have heard the report, we've all been here, and we make a list on what we can eliminate, and then start to work on the good things in the report. We can make a list and have it back by a certain date, maybe before the land use committee. That might be a way to start.
The board, if the board is going to make a recommendation as a body, that would have to be done in the public.
Well,
You can make individual recommendations. You're welcome to make on behalf of yourself to the committee. But if I can bring this back to you, we can also report back to the land use committee that the board needed additional time, and then they may choose to delay their discussion as well. I'm happy to take back whatever the board is comfortable with, whether it's just asking for more time or any specific recommendation or a combination of both.
Well, if we have to sit at a meeting to do it, we could do it. Or we could each write our own objections. And from what I'm hearing, we're sort of very similar. So if we can write down the things that we don't want in here, I'd rather start with a clean slate of things that, yes, we're recommending.
You're welcome. Anybody can make a recommendation, make a motion, and then we can discuss it to see if there's any support from the other board members. So if you want to throw something out there, Nancy, I think that would be helpful.
Put that in a motion.
Okay.
All right. You want me to make the motion?
Sure.
So, let me see. I recommend that our board individually write down the things that are objectionable, starting with, and then see if we can agree to that at our next meeting, and then go on and start to talk about the things that should be done. I don't want to sit here and listen to de-designation. I've heard enough of that. And a lot of these other things that are kind of shaky. I'd rather just get everybody to say what they have to say and put it and deal with it.
Why can't we do that right now?
Too.
Why can't we just do that now? I mean, it sounded to me like most everybody is on the same page. If you made a motion to recommend that we do not de-designate.
Okay, what else?
I mean, if it were up to me, I would not want to reclassify either as a broad stroke, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
Fine.
And then in terms of exploring incentives, and I'll just put this out there, maybe we discuss it, but I would be in favor of exploring possible incentives to incentivize the retention and adaptation of contributing structures. That's as far as I probably would go.
Sounds good to me. And then at the end of that, we could add, we will come back with more specific recommendations at our December meeting or something.
And I personally would not be in favor of rezoning the whole neighborhood without further information about how that would impact the contributing buildings.
I would hope that we would look at the resiliency aspect.
Well, that's the good part of it, the resiliency. Leave that. We're trying to figure out what we don't want.
I'm concerned with as one who is in favor of townhouses, I don't kind of understand in this scenario how townhouses and resiliency, sustainability align. It seems we would be increasing density.
There's another way to do that, and don't call it building townhouses, but giving incentives to the structures, the historic structures. And there are more of those historic structures in there than just the, what was it? The person who they wanted to have it here to someplace. Anything that was going to take away the reason for preservation, I think needs to be on the list. But there was some reference to one of the old time developers who they wanted to just incentivize those.
Or the Carl Fisher?
Carl Fisher. That's not where to start and stop. There's much more than that. And many other places that probably had been built after Carl Fisher. So no Carl Fisher.
Okay.
Okay, what else? Are those the only things that we don't want to do?
Well, there's also the infrastructure, which we haven't responded to, and I don't see the harm in the infrastructure changes for the neighborhood. They're doable to benefit everyone, right?
Infrastructure?
Citywide.
Right, the cutout of the curbs, the creating
absolutely.
swale spaces.
Positive. That's a positive. What are the negatives that we don't want?
Let me just recap. So far, I have, based on Mr. Pascal's statements, that you would recommend that the city not initiate the de-designation process for the neighborhood, that you do not agree with the broad stroke reclassification of all buildings that were built after 1929 or the Carl Fisher era to non-contributing. You are supportive of exploring possible land development regulation incentives for the retention of contributing buildings, and that you are supportive of the proposed infrastructure upgrades for the neighborhood.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good, but I think there are more statements in here that were good.
And we will get back to the land use at the end of the year after our December meeting to add additional.
Okay,
items.
and so I can also in your recommendation state that the board will have more detailed recommendations at the following meeting.
Right, and to make sure that this scenario doesn't happen again, this item should come first on December's agenda, because otherwise
we have a very full December agenda of actual applications, Mr. Chair, and I would strongly recommend against that, because there's a chance we may not get through all of the regular applications, which would not be fair to the applicants that have been waiting. You know, it's about a 4-month process.
Well, how about the January meeting? How about
I mean, we're running at a pretty good pace in these meetings, and I want to congratulate the board on getting through these. I think now we're all used to this format, and we should be able to get discussion items here and there on these upcoming agendas. So I will put this back as a priority item on the agenda. And I do recommend we get to the discussion items, following the regular business.
So you're okay with the list that you repeated, Debbie?
That's what I've heard from the board. If there's any other additions or subtractions to that list, I'm all ears. But I seem to see a consensus. So would someone make a motion to transmit that to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee with Jack's addition that you will also come back with likely with more detailed recommendations?
Right. Well, do we have to explain that these are the non-acceptables?
Well, the list did include support for possible incentives for contributing structures and also included support for the infrastructure recommendations in the report. So it has both. It's more balanced, I think, that way.
Agreed.
And then we expand that. Is that in January?
I can let them know that this will be placed on the first agenda, that the board has the time to review it, and you will be evaluating it for more detailed recommendations.
Good.
So what do we got? Nancy made the motion. Is that right?
But I didn't get through it because I'm not sure what we started out.
One more time.
We started out by talking about getting rid of the things that we don't want. I think that should be upfront and just moved out at the first meeting that we go in December. Are we going to go to the land use?
This is going to land use this month, November.
Okay. So the things that we want to take to land use this month are incentives for the structures. No designation of only Carl Fisher architecture. No de-designation. And I don't know why I wrote broad structure.
That's the reclassification, kind of the catch-all reclassification for anything that was built after 1929.
And is that a positive? Yes.
That was not something that the board appeared to be supportive of.
Oh, I didn't know that we went through. Okay. So I'll make a motion, but I want the motion to contain things that we agree to, or to agree
That's
not.
We're trying to figure that out now. So, Kirk.
No, I mean,
summarize.
I believe we're all on the same page. We do not support the designation. We do not support reclassification.
Right.
We do support exploring zoning incentives specifically for contributing structures. We do support the infrastructure and resiliency suggestions that were made by Heidi. And I believe that's where we are, right? I mean, that's it. If you want to move
and I will include that the board would like additional time to give more detailed responses.
Right.
And we'll come back in January. That could be.
And by January, yes, I'll put by January because maybe
Kirk,
we have time in December. We'll do it in December.
Kirk, I would prefer that you do the motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'm open to any friendly amendments if anyone has anything we missed. Otherwise, I'll move it.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Litt, all those in favor?
Do a roll call.
You want me to do a roll call? Okay, Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, so we will transmit that to the Land Use Committee and we will keep that on the agenda for further discussion. We have a few minutes, and this is going to be really quick because I did place one more discussion item on the agenda only to review the pre-COVID pending discussion items. I sent the board a list of 10. Obviously, we haven't had a lot of additional time on previous agendas, so these have all been delayed. The upcoming months, like I just said, it's likely that we will have small amounts of time at the end of each agenda to go over discussion items. At this point, I'm asking for the board to give me a prioritization so I can start putting these back on the agenda for updates and discussion. I know all, these have been submitted by individual board members at previous meetings. Again, most of this was either toward the beginning of this year or toward the end of last year, and they all got derailed.
Can I ask you?
We have one more, I guess, now for the Palm View. So I'm going to add that to the list, and that appears to be a priority. And then, yes, Ms. Liebman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
What is number 10, social equity as it relates to historic preservation?
So that was a discussion that we actually had, but we had a very short board. Mr. Litt had brought up the ideas of, is there something the board could do to talk about, what types of impact historic preservation has had on our culture and over history. So I think we had that on the item, and then the board requested that come back at some point for further discussion.
And what is the Golden Sands signage?
The Golden Sands is the property at 6901 Collins Avenue. They had a historic sign that was approved as part of the redevelopment of that site. That sign disappeared quite some time ago. There is a violation that was issued because of the sign was a historic element and was removed without a permit to do so. And Mr. Finglass requested that I provide the board with an update on that.
Okay.
And the update is I'm still working on it, but I can give you more detail at a further meeting, future meeting.
And Debbie, I have a quick one. If we can add just one.
Why not?
I would like to add one to discuss a regulation or a city ordinance change to ban partial demolition and renovation commencement without bond or guarantee of work completion on any historic building, because we have endless numbers of buildings that have been started and sit and nothing ever happens, and then they come up for demolition by neglect. And we need to do something where we state that someone can't commence a project unless they have the means to complete it. That's
understood. And that's something I would research with the city attorney's office, and we can put that on for a future discussion. Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Debbie, I have to ask you a question that I remember at the last meeting, after the long last meeting, talking about how the Historic Preservation Board should come first before they
for changes to the land use regulations. Right. Yes. So that was a recommendation. That was a discussion you had and a formal recommendation that the board had made. That was transmitted to the mayor and city commission.
Okay, so we're beyond this list.
So that we've already discussed, but if you had some, I think we've got a pretty good sizable list now that I just would like to prioritize it so we can start talking about these things. Kirk, you have your hand up.
Well, yeah, we're discussing this. I'm just wondering, can a lot of these, for instance, like the band shell and the Normandy fountain, it seems like, I know these are, I don't want to minimize the amount of work they are on you. In terms of our discussion, it seems like probably some of them we could discuss and move quickly to actually put them into action. No,
well, that's what I'm trying to, because
and then we get them off the
I didn't
list.
want to take it upon myself to prioritize these discussion items, because these were all at the request of different board members. That's what I'm trying to kind of focus in on now. What are the priorities to bring back? we can put some on next month's agenda, and then the following month, and then eventually, get through all of these. Maybe there will be months we can get through 5 or 6 of these. It's just hard to gauge how much time we're going to have at this point. So although we're doing really well, our agendas are going to be, I know December is a very lengthy agenda. January we'll probably have more time, but just so I can keep kind of a running tab and include these on all of your agendas in the order that the board would like to see them.
I mean, I would like to see some of them actually move forward. And that's
Okay.
what I'm wondering, like perhaps like the band shell, to me, it's city-owned property. It seems like if we move that forward, I could be wrong, but I don't anticipate that needing to be like a 2-hour discussion to actually move forward into implementation, unless I'm wrong.
So you're saying that one should be moved up to priority?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping
I think it's easy.
that it could actually be done. I want us to get some of these done so they fall off the list and we can worry about.
And that, I can start placing them on the December agenda. Again, because they weren't advertised as discussion items, I would be much more comfortable with putting these on next month. And if they're quick, that's great. If we get through everything, I can put, but it would just be helpful in order for staff to keep track of all of these and to place them on agendas that get advertised. If there's a sense or a consensus about which ones are most important to the board as a whole.
Well, I don't think that the band shell, like Kirk is saying, is a real time-consuming thing. I mean, I could be totally wrong, off base, but I would like to see that in December.
Okay.
And I would just say that obviously, if there's some that are time sensitive, they should be moved up to the front and heard right away. Or if there are some that maybe are simple items and they just need a quick recommendation from us, or sort of just informative, maybe those can be on an agenda that's relatively light. We can take care of a bunch of them at one time. I mean, I'm going to leave it to you guys because I don't think I'll be here for many of these. I'm only here for a couple of meetings, but I would just look at it that way. Just try to, if there's a time.
I mean, you're more than welcome to delegate this to staff. Out of all fairness, I just wanted everyone to get what their priorities were on the record so that I can implement, the direction.
Are there time sensitive items?
I from my perspective, I don't see anything that's extremely time sensitive. Probably the most time sensitive one was the recognition of Arbormore Parks. Remember, she passed was it in March or April?
April, May.
April, yeah. And that's just terrible that because of the pandemic, we really haven't been able to celebrate her contributions. But then again, there may be other ones that some of the other board members feel that I've heard the band shell is a priority from at least 2 of the members.
The Deauville
update. That might be more limited. Again, that's something we're going to need to talk with the city attorney's office. But I'm sure there's partially.
Arva, the people from her neighborhood where she worked, they're going to do something when the pandemic is over. So I don't think we have to rush and put it on there.
Okay. That's good to know, because that was I believe, Nancy, that was your request. So that's not a priority. That's helpful. The band shell.
How about the log cabin?
Yeah, the log cabin, as I understand it, there's $1 million in the GO bond, right? I believe it's on the second tranche, right?
I need to confirm that, because I believe board member Litt had thought there may have been something else. It may have been moved. I don't know. I don't have that information right now, but we can get that if that's a priority. We can get that on the, we can get that moved up on the list.
I'd like us just to know what the status is, right? I mean, That's not really, doesn't require much in the way of discussion, but we don't really know what's going on with it.
Okay.
Could you
Very
refresh
good.
Debbie, could you refresh my memory? I forgot what the Ritz-Carlton issue was.
Chairman Finglass had requested an update. I don't quite know exactly what update on the opening and the permitting. They are open.
They are,
or at least they were. Yes, they are open because I actually went. Yes.
You're muted.
Then that should be taken off.
Okay, great.
Oh,
So we'll remove that number
Carol
3.
won.
We did something.
What's
That solves
Miami,
that problem.
And we do have to wrap this meeting up very quickly.
what's Miami
But
Beach
for
Resort?
for the December meeting, we're going to talk maybe about Palm View, the band shell, I believe, is a priority. And then Nancy, did you say the Deauville?
She wanted to know what the Miami Beach
If you can
Resort
get
was.
something.
Miami Beach Resort and Deauville
Yeah.
are priorities.
That's the Doral, Nancy.
And the
That-
log cabin.
That's what they call
also.
it? The Doral?
Yes.
God's sakes,
That's the original name, the Doral.
the Doral. That's what I'm.
The black
That's the
glass,
short.
black glass, whatever. Black
Yes.
building.
Okay, I think I have a good handle. We're going to start putting on these discussion items. We're going to prioritize the North Beach Log Cabin. We have now Palm View to bring back to you, the Miami Beach Resort, the Deauville, the Log Cabin.
I think you meant the band shell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something? Yes, the
You
band
said
shell.
log cabin first.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Been a long day. Yes, but I have it here.
And for the log cabin, I would be remiss as a former GeoBond oversight board person. There is a dashboard where you can go check the status of each project, but it's probably not going to be as detailed as if, Debbie, you're able to get like an update through Maria or something.
Yes, I will
might be a
reach
little bit more
out
behind. Yeah.
to her office and get a more detailed report. Thanks, Max. Okay, guys. Now I want to thank again the members that did arrive in person at the convention center. It's very much appreciated. We do, going forward, we do need to have a minimum of a 4-member in-person presence, which constitutes a quorum at all of these meetings, unless something happens that reinstates virtual only. So I will, in our staff, Jessica and I will be continuously updating you. If there's any changes, we will be reaching back out to you to see what your availability is for in-person meeting for the December 8th meeting.
Who were the people who went to the?
We have Rick Lopez, Scott Needleman, Max Litt, and Kirk Pascal all attended at the convention center.
Okay, so
How did it go, guys? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel safe?
No problem. Everything's fine.
Excellent.
Nancy,
We're
what did you know?
really trying to make everyone as comfortable and safe as possible. And I want to thank our staff and everyone who's over there assisting, because everyone did a really great job.
Yep.
So it's a lot to put together, and I'm happy that this worked out so well.
Thank you for all your endless
What I'm
effort.
here for.
Endless.
Okay, is there anything else, or can we adjourn?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
All those in favor?
Adjourned. Thank you.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you. Thank you
Guys,
very much.
be well,
Bye.
be safe.